And we are live. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the spaceship stream. You could be watching from anywhere around the country, or the world, or anywhere in the galaxy. And I appreciate that. And this is the late night special for the late night people that are interested in this. And tomorrow we will be talking about basically the same information, maybe with some other stuff too, depending on what comes up. And I will be talking about a variety of different topics, and I will be doing gaming in the beginning, and about to switch over to the other screen. Everybody can see me, and just moving some stuff around. Okay. All right. All right. Here I am. Looks like some hair in my face. All right. Hello, everyone. Here I am, and welcome everybody. And now what I'll be doing is starting out with the game and getting into the other topics as well. And so without further ado, I'll be starting the game and talk about the different things. Okay. All right. All right. All right. So here we go. We're going to be launching it. All right. The game is launching. So the snow left around Sunday before, and it's warming back up to around 70 degrees, and also the humidity is doing its thing as it usually does. And but everything it's still it's not extremely hot weather, but it's warm. When you do a lot of stuff, it appears to warm up, and the game is it's starting up. All right. All right, here we go. All right, fantastic. Okay. All right. Now we will begin. Here we are. We are on the volcano island. Okay. So okay. Shout out to Bose' brother Pooty. Now I was looking at the gypsy wagon right here, and it's authentic, but it reminds me of the wagons from the old west that they when America was going to the colonization of the western part, and really the whole thing, because that's where they came from the east and went west. They went west, west, yeah, yeah, because the settlers went west, yeah. All right, so that's the lava gorge, volcano, water heading. Not the water. That's the opposite of that. The lava pouring. Okay. So going through this tunnel, it looks like the volcano is erupting. That's why it's shaking. That's really cool that they have that in the game. I remember that it does that periodically. Yeah, so basically what happened was in this game, we're going through this cave. We're going to fight some enemies and see how all that goes. So there's a situation that occurred where you have this. I was watching the the ABL stream, and live there's breaking news that there was a problem with this plane had a collision with this helicopter, and basically when the plane hit the helicopter, it it exploded, and 67 people perished, and very unfortunate prayers for them and the families. And it's very strange. It's DC, and you would think that they would have proper mechanisms in place to have it known about where, the air traffic control. So I think that there is neglect because people should have known better. What are they doing? And there seems like allegedly there's some incompetent people that were behind the control panels, but it's like the airplane movie from the 80s. They were able to land that plane, but they can't even manage to get a military plane and a other aircraft from crashing into each other. Some people have conspiracies that it has to do with an attack or some sabotage, but nothing that I've heard confirms that conspiracy theory. But I think it's very strange. There's allegedly another plane that hit the other one with a missile or something, but as I said, it's a conspiracy theory. You have all kinds of things, but I think it's very strange that that happened like that. The president did a good briefing about the situation, and he was answering questions to the media, and hopefully this doesn't happen again. And flying could be. I remember I was in a debate about it, that about flying, and it's basically, I think, as I said, I would fly. I think that would be okay to do, but as I said, it's like I was having a dispute with a teacher many years ago about it, and it's like if something happens when you're in the car, it's okay, but if you're in the sky, it's not really the best thing to be in because you could. It's not maybe the most desired outcome because you're very far up. But yeah, so anything can happen to anybody. That's why it's best to live every day as if it were the last day of your life and to be correct with God and to make sure everything's okay because, anything can happen to anybody. And that was wild to see happen live, and it exploded, and then the helicopter went on its back. All right. Okay, so it's a little bit different than what I usually do. In the cave, doing our thing. Okay. And let's see. Hello, Rebel. Good to see you. All right. And Rebel, I just finished talking about the aircraft when we're watching ABL when it crashed. It collided with the Black Hawk, and it's good to see you too, Rebel. And that was pretty wild when it went and it hit the airplane and seeing that happen, you know, so quickly. Yeah, the crash was crazy. And I was saying before, if you weren't here, there's these conspiracy theories about it. Right, 67 people passed away, and rest in peace. And basically, there are so many people that were in the planes, and there are some conspiracy theories about there could have been some sabotage. Some people thought it was an attack. There's also something else about some other plane was sighted, and they were able to find, as I said, it's a video. I haven't really checked the videos on Twitter, but like maybe he was hit with a missile or something. But as I said, I believe that it was, for whatever reason, it collided with the Black Hawk, and I think it's very suspicious because you can't, like, you're in DC. It's very well, of course, with 9/11 they thought this, but it's supposed to be very controlled and regulated. but that's not really the case. It they should not be able to have that problem all like that. I think that they could have done much better than what they did. And yes, 67 people perished. They died, and I think that it's like come on, it's like because the plane was trying to land, if I'm recalling this correctly, and then it hit it hit the other thing, the Black Hawk. Crazy. Thank you, Rebel. Yes, I remember reading. It was a training exercise that was going on, and it's it leaves me speechless. It's like I understand they probably would have these exercises at night, but I think that it's very cringe that they would have it so late like that and right by an airport where there's people trying to travel. I think that's in an inappropriate way to to do that. Definitely. We'll find out for sure. Yeah, they were trying to land. Okay, thank you, Rebel. And Trump did a very good press conference about, he was asked questions, very witty, when he was dealing with the stupid media. There were some good questions, but there was also people that were just being goofy, and he did very well. He did very well with that. Yeah, exactly. And and basically, some other people were saying that they have a fear of flying because of things like that, and I got more okay with flying when I was a teenager and getting older, but they were telling me it's highly unlikely for something to happen. But I'm just thinking, oh, as I said, I still would fly. I would still do it, but it's like if something happens when you're in like on the road, it's like you could be a lot of people statistically die more in the car wrecks, but then again, there's more cars on the road. If something happens when you're in the air or something, that's it. Like if you get in a collision on the road, yes, people perish all the time. And then look at this. The game glitched on me. Well, look at that. The game glitched. Very cool. I'm in Davy Jones' locker right now. It wasn't really. It was acting a fool before, but you see, that's my ship. Looks very nice. Yeah, but yeah, Rebel saw the press conference. He said, "How do you know it was the DEI? Because I have common sense." Yeah, very brilliant, very brilliant. And yeah, I just think that he's very witty. It just these people will ask the dumbest questions, and like regarding the airplanes, it's like if something happens, like people like on New Year's, I was watching the stream, and there's people where they got killed in a car accident, and the dude's head like went through the windshield. So I'm not saying driving's any safer at all. Anything could happen anywhere to anything, but it's like if you get a collision in the air, I mean, there's a slim chance of survival, but it's pretty much explosions. But sometimes they can survive, sometimes. But I think that it was very, because that's people are saying that they would be afraid of the airplanes, and I don't blame them, like because it's very, it's kind of like when going into space or something. There could be risks involved with it. And as I said before, and Rebel also said just now in the chat, that we'll find out for sure at some point if there was some foul play, if there was neglect, if it was just an accident, which, this shouldn't just be an accident, but if it was some sort of an attack, if it was, the little green men from space or something, or the rogue technology, or something was hacked. We'll find out. But yeah, it's just I think it's goofy to, and also the airport. I was reading that the airport is extremely the most busiest in the country, and it was already tedious to begin with. It's like if somebody's trying to pull in their driveway, and you're going to teach someone how to drive while someone's pulling in their driveway, and they just have a collision. It's cringe. But I'm glad that hopefully this administration will get things right and stop for this nonsense from happening. It's like basing you got to base a job on somebody if they're capable of doing a job. You can't just base it off of what they are or what they aren't. Who can do the job right. Even if they survive the initial crash, they hit the water. It was 35 degrees. You have about 30 minutes before hypothermia sets in. Yes. Thank you, Rebel. It's that makes it even more slim. You know, so we're inside the ship. I wish the ship would be able to go inside the different parts of it. That would be cool. I don't know why they never added that. But yeah, so that's like the cannons and stuff, but it's all glitching. I have to relaunch the game. We have to relaunch the game. Yeah, so basically there is the closest number to zero of survival for those people. Like the Titanic, there was a problem with that, and the people froze to death. All right, now the game doesn't want to launch. It doesn't want to cooperate, but it's cooperating. It's cooperating. Okay, play it for a little bit, and then we'll get into some articles and stuff. All right, let's see if it works this time. Okay. Also, I think it was interesting to see the confirmation hearings that were going on with RFK and all the different ones that were selected. That was very interesting to see. And they were asking RFK about the vaccines, and he said he's not against vaccines, but they're insisting he was against vaccines, and they just didn't seem to want to take what he was saying as an answer. And it's like there's so many narratives here about it, and as I said, I like seeing the country going in a different direction and not going down to a path of destruction. And I think that many people be misinformed, and I was having some civilized discussions about Rebel says, "Oh yeah, they stuck to their usual playbook." Yes, yes, the old cliche playbook. I was talking to one of the subscriber friends about there's this dispute that occurred about climate change that happened. Yeah, so many hypotheticals. Yes. And I think the Earth goes through natural cycles, but I was having a civilized discussion that was sometimes heated with shout out to Marie in one of the video, like in the video comment section, we're talking about it, and I resolved it today, and I don't mind doing some more research and looking up into that. That's something that I'll do also to give a fair assessment on either side. And I made all the positions clear. And I will say here in the channel that, and Rebel, you've been here for quite a while, that there are people here that have all kinds of different political and religious beliefs. And sometimes we do dip into the discussions. We have, civilized discussions about the different topics. And mainly it's about other things with aliens and stuff like that, but we kind of dabble into kinds of different things. And so, yeah, that's just something that I take with care with the political things on this specific region, which is the little channel I have. And also, I think that it's good where people can find common ground and get along. And that's why I'm glad that I was able to bring a lot of different people here from different views and stuff together. I think that was a good accomplishment. At the same time, keeping it together is important. And Rebel, I'm glad that you're able to be here. And tomorrow I'll be doing the earlier stream because I'll explain to you if I haven't done it already, which I'll reiterate it if you've already heard me say this before. But I was able to fix the schedule because everything fell into place just correctly, where I was able to do the early stream. So around 7 o'clock on Friday, if God willing, I do a stream for the earlier people, but I still kept Thursday the late night stream for the late night people. So I do them earlier now too, because it's back in the past I just wasn't able to do it. And I just had to, I really, for a very long time, I had to think of the schedule. I had to reason out how it would go. And yeah, I was able to, because sometimes I was trying Saturday, and it cut in a little bit in another show. I understand, Rebel. I agree. And amen, brother. And so basically, with a bunch of different calculations I was doing, and yeah, I was able to get it because there's people, as I said, and you saw there's more people when I do earlier lives because it's everybody's sleeping and there's not a lot of night owls. There's a few night owls, but not a lot of night owls on the channel. I might do Saturday nights also after Creature Feature. And yeah, and because he was saying, I get that, but I can't find common ground with child mutilators and psychopaths. I agree. And a lot of people would agree with you. And as I said, and one thing I was saying before, it's easier to fool someone than to convince them that they were fooled. And Ronald Reagan said that, people be misinformed. And look, and I'm not going to say that everybody that I know of on the platform, because there's, I don't know, a million people on the other channel, literally, and not counting any other of the regions of YouTube that I go to see streams on all over you. I'm on pretty much all over YouTube, the streams. I'm I see them everywhere. It's so I can't count for every single person, but the ones that I've encountered, that people that have different views, is that a lot of people are good people. A lot of people are good people like us. They were just misinformed. And so their intentions are in the right place. By the grace of God, we got the information the way it's supposed to be. And I think also sometimes people may view things logical. Some people may not view things logical. And I think that, with a logical reasoning and thinking is the best way to go. And sometimes, like, if you, like, say the Vietnam War, for instance, they'll show all these children that are getting, and these people that were getting destroyed, and these little villages that were burning down. And I think that it was, although it was a horrible war, they were able to get people to be emotionally against the soldiers that were coming back because it was an emotion. You know, that, like, fear sells, as they say. So I think that the media has done this for quite a while, in my opinion. And people wonder why I say in my opinion. It's like some things are facts, but remember ABL was saying that it's and also I'm going to combine what ABL said with things I learned from law stuff, from trial chat, is that he was just like, you can't get sued for an opinion. And also, I know from the law and from the trials I watch, it would have to be proven in court for it to be true. So until something's proven, they say it's alleged. So I use alleged and, in my opinion, interchangeably. It's like when I know something's a fact, okay? Like I say my opinion anyway, or allegedly, until it could be proven, because you're going to have Joe Schmo somewhere that's going to insist it's this way, and you're going to have really intelligent people that are going to believe what Joe Schmo says. When it's like the sky's blue, but they're saying it's orange. Well, it could be orange. I could use a better term. The sky's purple and with blue dots. It's not. Like, so. And then people will say about the media, and I think, as I said, there's people that are a little bit different politically than myself that are not far, far away. They're more moderate, more center. And I think that we got the fog advisory going on. Shout out to the fog advisory. And basically, to emphasize basically is that people completely will miss the mark under the circumstances by their own ignorance. When we go by, so as I said, you could say something that's as bright as day, but people have their own truths. Like what Pontius Pilate said, and those that may not believe in Christianity, it's a good parable of Pontius Pilate, the character, when he said, what is truth? Because it's like one person is saying something's misinformation, the other person is saying it's misinformation, but we all have an opinion about what misinformation is. So that's why it's important to really get the truth, because people could think something like the experts can say something, and then you'll have the experts could be wrong, but they'll still believe them because they're experts. As I said, my opinion, it's an elitist mentality to have. Something fell for no reason. That's nice. Shout out to the thing that fell for no reason. Alright, this is like a fortress. I didn't even realize I was in the fortress, but I was in the fortress. And Rebel, I hope that you've been doing well with what you've been doing. And, you know, shout out to you. I'm glad you're here. I remember that time we looked at and you got to see the second showing of it when I was showing the abyssal fish again. So, as you were here, that when in my early days of streaming, when you were, he was very nice, very, very cool. So, and I did it again because, as I said, I wanted to repeat the streams I did in the past that were done at night where not many people saw it live. And there's more people on the channel now, so I'm repeating some stuff that I did from the past. Alright, so he says, what trials was I watching? Oh, okay. Here we go. So, I was watching the trial about Rocky, this rapper, and he got into a fight and pulled out a pew pew, a gun on the other person, and it was a fake gun for self defense. And then you had a problem with the other people. So that was one of them, and it's kind of like it's trying to be like YSL, but it's not YSL. And people are really cringing. It's really funny, and I was making the chat laugh. And I'm going to not get names correct at the moment because I just can't think of the names right now. There's this trial about, which I'll get the names. I'll try to get the names a little bit. There's this trial about a woman who deleted her husband and was cheating, and she's a disgrace. This other one about this kid who deleted his parents, and this other trial I was watching. This woman, she deleted her husband with insulin, with an insulin thing, and she was found guilty recently, just a couple of days, like a day or two ago, and then she was crying, and they're going to do a mercy plea to give her mercy, and it's like she don't need no mercy. I watch all the trials to put it in layman's terms because I'm in the chat, and just like as you know, on the other channels that I'm on, that you know me from, where I'm really liked in the chat, these other people like me in their chat, just like over at ABL. And the people there are politically diverse. That's where a lot of the diverse groups, some of them come from there. And but I keep it, as I said, I don't like contradict my views, but I keep it together. And I'm on these different chat rooms, and I just talk to different people, and I made a lot of friends over time. So as I said, I'm in all of them, and I feel it's a duty of mine to participate in it, and I'm very well liked there, and I do what I'm supposed to do. I'm like an unofficial mod. Like, I'll be like Rebel. I've gone in chat rooms, and one time there's this movie chat room. It was back in December, like last month, and it was all these people in there, just no mods or anything, and it was about The Mask, the one Jim Carrey was in. And with these movie live streams, they'll play clips of it in a certain sequence of different movies together. Because of copyright, I guess they don't show the whole thing, but they show parts of it. And this one person was in there. I'm obviously a Christian, of course. But you have this one person in there, and he's preaching, and then this other person's an atheist, and he is not buying what he's selling, and they got into this fight that just wasn't going to stop. And I told everybody they needed to just watch the movie and not fight each other, and everybody was like, all right. And I told the person, amen to the per Christian. I was glad he was talking about the works, and that's it. It's accepted. And yeah, because you'll have these situations. I'll go to streamers, and I like, anytime I see a streamer, I like to usually go on there and give them support, because I know what it's like, and also you know what it's like too, because you have a really good channel as well with good streams. And you have like stupid people and trolls and stuff, and I think it's good to give each other support. And it's kind of like a producer. I'm like a producer discovering new talent in a way, and I'll talk these different streamers, and I try to correct the trolls in the chat, and then the trolls start talking to me, and they talk stupid on me, and it's like you got these people that are just absolutely just disrespectful to women, disrespectful to men, disrespectful to everybody, and they're just full of hate. So, yeah, those are the trials I'm watching. And Rebel, I'm going to pull up another window, and I'll tell you the names of the trials I'm watching. All right, so we're going to go here. Yeah, this window. Go there. All right, we're going to go over to tubes. Okay, now go down here. Alrighty. So, scrolling down, I'll tell you the name. Okay, so it was Love Affair Murder Trial, Monica Semetelli. The other one, as I told you, ASAP Rocky Shooting Trial. and the son that deleted his parents. Well, it's his mother. It was not his both his parents. It was his mother that he deleted. My bad. I got that mixed up. Son murder trial, Florida. Colin Griffith, and he deleted his mother. All right. So that is about the trials I was watching. The East India Company headquarters. Okay. They still got their snowmen. Shout out to the snowmen. Yeah, yeah. I know it's crazy. Yes, it is Rebel. Absolutely, it is very fun. In Rebel, I've learned so much about law and legal terms and stuff from the trials. I take it as a type of education, also for me. If I might say it's a type of education, and there's a lot of attorneys in the chats, and I learned a lot from them. And some of them are on the channel. You might encounter at some points, but you definitely have encountered, and you will encounter people that I knew, and I know from the trial chat room, and they love me. I'm a star over there, and they are here, on the channel. One of the people I remember, Capri Law. She's one. She's in Arizona. She's a she's an attorney, and she gives good insight on things from the lawyers from an attorney's perspective. Also, there's Caraville. He always gets information so quickly. You know, and I remember the one time where okay, Rebel, there's a time where I was in the chat. Yes, yes, Rebel, correct. And there's a time, okay, so during the ballerina murder trial, so this ballerina lady, she unalived her husband. And so like he was being abusive allegedly to the pets, which is really evil. He deserves to be unalived for that. And also she was being abused by him allegedly, but she called him over to help her out with something, and she unalived him with a with her arms, with yeah, her right to bear arms. But the thing is, though, she didn't unalive him with the you say like she wasn't in a threatened situation. She was trying to get him deleted. I'm not saying he didn't deserve it, but as I said, legally speaking, it's not how she would have done it. It would have been best for her to call the authorities when he was being abusive or in the moment that she was being abused. But as I said, that it's up for debate. It's a debated topic, and that's a very controversial trial. I remember GSI was talking about it with me, and like she'll talk about the trial, about her opinion about it, and yeah, so she was basically explaining that to me, and there was this incident that happened. So basically, there's a problem happened where the attorney for Ashley somehow found out that there is some person that claimed to be on the jury that was in the trial chat room that was claiming to give us information about what was going on right in there about the verdicts. And because there's trolls that will say stuff like that, and also there was this So they were snapshotted and they were going to be brought up in some mistrial. Caraville found this information out right away. And she was very, very freaked out. And Kathy and I had to calm her down. She didn't do anything wrong or illegal. She was just, her thing would have been seen. Her name isn't even known. So, like, Rebel Without a Reason is like a screen name. Alien Spaceship's a screen name. So her name wasn't even known. And she didn't say anything wrong. She didn't do anything. So, like, if somebody's trying to get the jury to think a certain way, that would be something wrong. But she wasn't doing anything like that. Just that her chat message happened to be shown in a screenshot where the other person was seen. And so she was very freaked out. And I set the motion for her to know about it right then and there, because I was praying she'd come back. It was right towards the end. And I was telling her that there's something she really needs to know about. And the chat room was going to end at any moment. So I couldn't give her too much detail. And she said, you know, what's with the, like the, she used another word, but like the teasing, or like giving like a little hint. Like a teaser. She wants to know what was going on. And Caraville was the one who was able to say it before the chat room ended. That her chat message was going to be seen in a trial motion hearing. And then we went to the other chat room, which is this other channel. These older cat ladies, they're cool people, that were talking about the trial. And I just came in and made it my home. And I just was new there. And Kathy was trying to help G feel better and like understand what really was going on. And she was panicking. And I and Kathy were helping her calm her down. And, you know, because I told her, you know, she should know the law because she's a lawyer and she didn't do anything illegal, so there's nothing to worry about. And I remember I did my classic "I will pray for you," and you know what? That made her even more nervous because she took it out of context. And she thought that I was playing a prank on her, that she's really into for some trouble, but she understands. I just to give her some peace about it. It's kind of funny how I do things sometimes, where you don't know if I'm being what I mean exactly. So I'm kind of have some ambiguity sometimes. But anyway, it was nice to, you know, that was resolved. That will straighten out. And GSI, she worked on Wall Street. And also, she was in the World Trade Center when it was attacked. And she does not work at a office building anymore because of 9/11. And she works from home. As I said, that was a very hard thing to go through. So, but as I said, I say this because I learned a lot from a lot of intelligent people. And I'm glad that I did that. And I learned different words. I learned all kinds of new words and new terms. And like when I learn a different term in the trial, I'll go and study it. And when I learn a new word or learn new terms, I go and I study it. And basically, I am glad to do that, and it helped me out a lot. And I teach myself stuff, so like I'll go on the internet when I would tell you and your brother Rebel that I'm studying. Like YouTube has college lectures, it has all kinds of information. So I'm not comparing it to actually going to a university, but I've learned a lot of information from YouTube and just doing my own research through the internet, and I'm glad that I did that. And so I'm watching those trials right now, and as I said, sometimes these trials, it's very clear that somebody is guilty about something. It's very clear as day. I remember there was this witness at the Rocky trial, and it was so clear that the guy was an idiot. And one of the jokes I said is that this man is the type of person to take a yardstick to measure, or a measuring tape to measure how long he's been sleeping. So, and he's the type of person to walk through a drive-through. Hilarious. I was making the chat crack up. I remember when back in 2020, I used to always go through this cave all the time. And I would just wander around and fight enemies. And I used to be playing the game all the time, but I do stuff with the trial chat stuff now. So it's not like what it used to be. It's like a job. It's, as I said, it's just something I do for fun, but it's like a job. It's a lot like a job. But it's from the computer. It's not like physical work, but it's something like on the computer. And as I said, across, so I am. Another thing that I like to celebrate is basically I'm thankful for everybody that likes me on these different chat rooms and stuff. And one thing that I thought was so cool is that they learned from me also, from things that I have to say. Now, I got to go around here. Oh, Rebel, a shout out to Sonya. She's cool people. And that's okay. That's okay. I'm really just talking to myself. But thank you for the heads up. Shout out to Sonya. Thanks for being here anyway. Yeah, and a lot of times in the streams, especially like these type of streams where it's like the nighttime ones, I'm just talking to myself. And yeah, so going through here. Okay, we're going to go and try to get to this enemy. Alright, I think we're making headway. It's like on the other side. I feel like an assassin. Alright, here we go. Oh, okay. I can't believe that I used pretty much all of the life like that. I'm glad they both ganged up on me, because I'm going to sneak them like with my sneakers. Oh no, Rebel, I know you're listening. I know you're listening. Thank you. Because as I said, I'm glad that you're here. I'm glad you're here with me, listening, but it's okay to talk to Sonya too. She's cool. Now I have to go back over there. We'll have to get some more tonic. And in a little bit, I'm going to go into the other, like, I'm going to research some of the articles and stuff. I'm going to talk about the gray aliens at some point. But, yeah, I have to get some more tonic because I'm running kind of low. The tonic kind of heals you if you have a problem. Well, I'm going the wrong way to go this other direction, Hansus. Alright. There is an incident that happened that, Rebel, you'll find intriguing. Is that... So... And shout out to Peach that was lurking in the chat. And I want to make clear there's a lot of people that are probably lurking besides Peach that listen to what I have to say. So there's Rebel and the lurkers. But Peach, I'm glad to see you in chat, and thank you. I'm glad you're listening. Shout out to you. All right. So anyway, so basically, this intriguing thing happened. So there was this. Well, I'll say this one thing as a prequel to what I said before. What I'm about to say. So there is this lady at ABL called the Cat Slave, and she would come very. I haven't seen her in ages, and she was glad to see me because she hasn't seen me in so long. And we talked a little bit, and she has seizures, and she couldn't stay in the chat because it was going so fast. And Rebel, I see what you're saying. And yeah, she's a lurker. Yeah. And so people can have seizures because of the live streams. Okay? Just letting people know. It can cause a problem. So anyway, we have Rebel saying, "Do the trials and the true crime. Did you see the CBI agent who got arrested for cutting corners in the DNA lab? She got 102 charges." Okay, I think I heard about something about that, but I don't recall if it was televised. But I'll go look it up to refresh my memory. But I think I remember that. But it wasn't something that was in the televised in the trials that I was watching. Because you'll have trials that aren't televised. You have trials that are not being talked about, that they're not covering. So I just don't recall that one specifically in the trial, but it sounds kind of familiar. I have to go look it up. Thank you, Rebel. All right. How are you doing, Peach? All right. So, anyway. So, all right. So, basically, as I was saying. So, basically, what happened was. So, you know about how seizures can affect people. About the cat slave. So, a completely other topic. There's a subscriber here from the Law and Crime chat. Her name is Rebecca Willis. That's her name on YouTube. She doesn't have a screen name. And she's very, very beautiful. And she was in a cover for a movie poster. The trial hasn't started yet. That's why I haven't seen her trial. Okay, Rebel, I'll look it up. That'll probably be a trial coming up next. Okay, thank you. I'll definitely do that. I have it saved. I'm going to look it up. And thank you. Thank you, Rebel. And basically what happened was, so with Rebecca, she was telling us for a while that she has, she also has issues with seizures, seizures. Oh, that's good, Rebel. Thank you for letting me know about this information. Yeah, I see it right now. Thanks, Rebel. Thank you so much. All right. Thank you. I saved the article. I see it now. Thank you. And Georgia says, yeah, the lights, it really can cause seizures. Games definitely can. Ah, okay. Thank you. Games can do it too. Okay, thank you. Thanks for the info. All right, so basically about Rebecca, she was saying she had issues with seizures. And there is a problem that was going on where, she couldn't go to the store or something because of the seizures, and she had to walk or something. She's in a she's in Alaska, but she was heading over to she was in Minnesota, Michigan, something like that. So visiting for something, and so this is what happened. The other day, she was saying that she was having a seizure, or she was about to have one. She was throwing up, and she was having problems, and having a seizure, and everybody was telling her to call 911, and she said there is nobody close, no relatives or anybody to give her help. And I was watching the situation, and along with the other chat rooms I was watching, and then I was saying that she certainly is telling the truth. She was talking about the seizures, and she needs all the help she could get. And what happened was another subscriber that's also on here, 49ers Mama, she called 911 on her behalf because nobody could go over there physically to help her. And she called 911, and also she gave her like address where she was at, and it was complete. And she was just kind of like on the floor, and that was very nice of 49ers to do that. But you had this other, I'm going to curse everybody. You had this other dipshit who put her name up, who faked her name, was mocking her and pretending to be her. And this saggy, soy, simp loser, he was saying that he believes that she was faking it for attention or for a swatting incident. But God forbid none of us streamers get swatted. But swatting is like, say, you call the police and say alien spaceship has beautiful women tied up in the corner over there that he kidnapped, and that the police need to go save them. And then the whole federales and the ICE and everybody from Trump's bodyguards come in and wreck the house to find somebody that they can't find, and it's a false flag. That's what a swatting incident is. And basically, that's not the same thing. Someone having a seizure, it's not the same thing. And so guess what? And then the 49ers was kind of concerned that maybe she did something wrong or a false call. And as I said, I made it clear into the chat during the time she was calling 911 and during afterwards that she always said she had seizures and she was being honest and truthful. And I basically okayed it where, that this is a real situation and give her the help that she needs. And also, then what happened was, guess what? Today in chat, Rebecca returned, and she told me specifically that she is in the hospital recovering, and she's okay. And because of the call that 49ers, and she said that Joyce also made, where Joyce said she didn't do it, it was just 49ers, but that the call that was made saved her life. So the dipshit loser that was saying that she was making it up was totally in the wrong. I would rather it be a false thing, and if someone's making up something like that, they need medical attention anyway. But it's like, and Peach would agree because she was a nurse. Somebody like that is saying they have a seizure, they need medical attention. And I'm glad that they called the 911 because she could have been on death's door right now. It's like, you get these stupid people that don't believe people that are having a problem. And they have to be a troll and be a jackass. It's like what the headmaster at school used to say. When he's born a jackass, he dies a jackass, and he was raised by jackasses. All right? So that is what I think, in that situation. As I said, I usually don't curse, but in this situation, it's necessary. And also, I think that, as I said, it was good, this group of friends that are together, that we have, our little clan, our little family on the trial chat. I'm glad that they all are together and that they're able to help her. All right? So, that was something interesting that happened the other day. And it's like, I can't believe the nerve of some people. That's why with the conspiracy theories, and that's why with the alien stuff, in Planet 10, I decided to believe it until it was proven false, because what if it's true and you're the moron that didn't believe it when you could have believed in it? Yeah, so. And Rebecca, as I said, she said, and I told her her being there was a prayer answered, and I was so thankful she got back to us, and she said that we're like family to her. So, and Peach says, I'm glad she got help, and patients can feel them coming on sometimes too. Yeah, that lady could have fallen, hit her head, or gosh, anything. Yeah, and she also has a kid. She has a little baby, and I hate that these people. And as I said, I want to wait until she came back to the chat to tell us what was going on before we made before to really concrete to prove that she really was telling the truth. Because I could defend her all day long, but let's wait her come back, and she came back. Because the guy was trying to convince her that he was willing to. He felt real proud of himself, and he was like, making this speech about how, people go by emotion, and people go by like, that people could get scammed, and it's like he said, if somebody is laying on the floor, and they could talk in the chat room, why can't they just mumble something in a 911 call? And I'll tell you all how it actually happened. So basically, she was saying if anyone was close by, she needs help. And then they're saying call 911. And she was just like hanging out in the chat. And then they were like saying, all right, they'll do it on her behalf. So it wasn't like, as I said, you don't know the situation. And Peach is a professional in the medical field. So she could have testified for that. It's like for whatever reason, she wasn't able to do the 911 thing, but she was able to talk to chat. And she feels with the chat fam on the trial chat room, she feels that we're like her family. And she doesn't know anybody else because she doesn't really have any family, especially where she was at. And it's like, it's just, people are so stupid. It's like, you're going to, like, it's like, you got to give people the attention they need. And if it was fake, what if, it's better if it was fake, because it's like, if you don't call the police when someone needs some help, I mean, it's a problem because somebody could lose their life or something. She could have been completely incapacitated right now, like a vegetable. And also, later on in the day, we're making some jokes because we always do jokes, and one of my friends, his name in there is 666, and I know that's a controversial number, but he's actually a really cool guy, and he's not evil or anything. And he was saying that he's going to have a beauty pageant, and I'm going to be the judge, because all the women in the chat are so beautiful, I'm going to be the judge, because I'm unbiased. It was hilarious. And that was something to brighten up the mood. And I just don't like about, as I said, I don't like the person that was mocking her and saying she was a fake, and even changed his name to her name. He wouldn't be able to date her anyway. Because the guy, not my friend 666, but the person that was trolling the chat about the girl that needed help. It's like the troll, he can't even, he can only get men. He can't get women. But said 666 was very good at also talking to Rebecca and bringing light to the situation. But 666 is a cool dude. He's one of my sidekicks. But as I said, you think it's funny. Yeah, the saggy, soy, loser, troll that's in his mom's basement that can't get a woman, that's out of shape. And he said, oh, well, she was making it up. And he was saying that anybody could make up stuff on the internet. And then he changed his name to her name. But he couldn't get her anyway. It's like he can't get a woman. That's why he has to date men only. And there are gay people. There's some gay people on the channel that are cool people. But it's like there's some men that can't get a woman, even if they wanted to. So they had to go with men anyway. And then men don't even want them either. Gay men don't even want the trolls. So they had to get a blow-up doll. or they could go buy themselves a toy that they could ride on because that's the only action that they're going to get. It's like I just have no respect for people that, especially if somebody's like in some life or death situation, to just go and make fun of them like that. It's like, as I said, I could, like, he's a molehill and I'll make a mountain out of him, okay? Like, that's how triggered I am. Yeah, so basically, he could, I'm about to say something very, very graphic and very, you know, very graphic. Here we go. Yeah, cause it's like the troll, as I said, he he didn't, for not for religious reasons or for reasons about anything else or celibacy, but he was just a virgin because, as I said, he can't get men or women. He has to buy. The only action he can get is the blow up doll, is some OnlyFans model, and the dildo he bought from Walmart that he could ride on. That's the only action he can get because he can't get anything else, and he has to be like, "Oh, this woman is making up having a seizure," and that people, you see, it's like he could just go and call. She could call herself. She's making up something for attention. And he was telling the woman that called 911, "It's okay. It's okay. You were just scammed." And 49ers mama was uncertain. She thought, maybe it was fake or if it was real or not. She was concerned and she was very nervous. She was smoking a lot, cigarettes. She was nervous. But man, as I said, she saved her life. She did nothing wrong. And as I said, I wish I could go through the screen like Freddy Krueger and just grab the man's face and just put my claws into his skull and just, his little Pee Wee Herman tiny brain could just fall out. And, and also, guess what, everybody? I'm not finished yet. We're going to have a finale. Let's end this man's career. Let's put the end. You know what he is? He's an ogre, like from Shrek. He's the ogre from Shrek. He's worse than Shrek. And also, guess what? I think the reason why she got a seizure was because of the dude's bad breath. It was because of his bad breath through the screen. That's what caused her to have the seizure. And she also probably saw Logan outside. That's a joke. Logan's a friend of mine I know from a long time ago. But she probably saw Logan outside, the guy's bad breath, and the chat going fast. That's what happened. It's like, so it's understandable. Maybe all of us would have went through that if that happened to us. As I said, I was right. She came back the next day, and she was like, she was in the hospital recovering. But if we took the guy with the basement dweller's advice, she would have been a vegetable just glitching out right now. And and he has, as I said, he doesn't have anything. He has a little 3-incher, a little pecker, a little tiny thing that you have to have like a microscope to look at. It's like, dude's a loser. As I said, I'm so glad she came back like Jesus rising from the dead. I am so glad she came back because this dude was so aggravating, but I want to be fair and just wait for her to come back and tell us she was okay. But I made it clear to the chat, if any of them were having a problem and nobody was going to help them and making fun of them, they wouldn't like it. And as I said, she said she had seizures and just go and call the police, whatever they have to do to get her help. And she came back the next day, told me she was okay. That's how it's supposed to work. I'm like the Trump of that chat room. And as I said, you got like, Soy Boy and Soy Jack. This is what he does in the morning. He drinks his soy milk without any regrets, and he said, "It's okay, Jack. We're not coming back." He takes his, soy injections, and he wants to be one of those men that all women hate. He got slapped in the face by Kate. When women see him, they automatically get a backache. Thank you, Peach. Exactly. And Peach says she was probably disoriented a bit. She was probably a bit disoriented. She was probably disoriented a bit prior to the seizure coming on, plus scared because of the feelings aren't quite there. You see, Peach, exactly. That's why she couldn't do call 911 simply, and she felt at peace being with us in the chat because we're her chat family. So she felt safe with us. As I said, they did the right thing by calling 911. It was just so heartless what some of those people were saying. Thank you, Peach, for clarifying that. Rebel says a little tiny what? The troll that I'm talking about that changed his name to her name, that was mocking her, he has a little dick. That's what he has. A little 3-incher. A little shrimp. And he said he can't get a woman. He can't get a man. And because they say he felt masculine, he felt real tough. He felt tough. He felt like he was Billy Goat Gruff. But he could check out the women all day, but he cannot get the stuff. And in the legal situation, I mean, he would be penalized for, trying to convince people not to help somebody that needed help. You could argue that. Like, that just, as I said, they took care of it. My group, my chat friends, we all took care of it. I'm glad for the community of friends that we have together. And as I said, I'm like, she talks about Caesars, give her help. Yes. Yes. It is, Rebel. Absolutely. Scared. Scared. All right, Zero says, my bad, not at a place I can goof off, man. I'll be back next week, though. Zero, okay. Thank you for telling us and letting us know what was going on. And you take care. See you next time. Shout out to you, Zero. Dogs and also cats can sense things too. Cats also. I'm gonna sink some ships, and then we'll get into some articles and stuff probably. And I'll be doing the phone lives again. And there's a lot of trolls that come on the phone lives. And it's fun roasting them. The cats could sense when your mom was passing away. Oh, yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Rebels said, I love my dogs. They give me so much love. Awesome. Awesome. Well, that's very sweet of that cat to do that. Yeah, and also, yeah, Peach, if you want the to do that to call in, if you say you want to call into the show, you can. That's fine. Just let me know. All right, firing the rockets. And we're gonna go this way. Yeah, so animals have a very good sixth sense. They can sense all kinds of things, and I'm glad that God created those pets to help and guide us and stuff like that. All right, then we're going this way. Also, want to say about my garden is that the the garden is doing very well, and the daikon is beautiful. The daikon is doing very well. It's growing very fast. It's getting really big. Oh yeah, shout out to your pets, Peach. Shout out to them. And also, the winter spinach is doing good too. Yeah, so basically, if all these different, oh yeah, that's why they're over here. Also, Peach, I'm glad that you enjoyed the snow I was covering that time. I'm glad you're covering. You like the snow, and that was just so cool. There hasn't been that much a snow of that magnitude in this state. I mean, in New Orleans since 1835. Oh yeah, very beautiful. Yes. Yeah, and also it was so nice going through the snow. It was very cool. And I did a garden update about first it was the snow garden update, and then I did the garden update about like afterwards. It was very nice. It was very nice to see. And in the snow, it was just so cool to see that and experience that and remember the crops that I grew were winter crops. I grew winter spinach. I grew winter. Also I'd say that the radishes do pretty well in colder climates, and I have the winter, the winter crops, and also the snow acts as like an insulator. Yeah, they're getting that shit. Oh, there's two more of them coming up behind me. Yeah, they're all attacking these bigger ships. Scared. Yeah, also, I think that's why I think that, so I love the way the spinach is looking. It's coming out really well, and the icon's really big. It was really nice. So, shout out to the plants that are coming up. And, Sarah told me about daikon. It's very good. A very good plant. The other crops died back down, and they'll come back next year. Right? One moment here. I'll look at something. All right, Peach, understood. Understood. And also tomorrow I'll be live around 7 at the in the evening, and I'll repeat these topics again for the earlier people. Well, the zombie pirate right here. Oh yeah, we're gonna go Thomas. Blanco. We're gonna do the flip. Uh oh. Yeah, they got me. Scared. Yeah, and then what happened was during the phone live of me in the snow, it completely went out. The the phone because of the weather. It was cold and it caused it to go out. And also another thing that happened was some water got in it, some liquid got in it, but it was okay because it was able to survive. All right, gonna get some more tonic. All right. There will be times where I'll do gaming streams, but this time I have some other stuff to talk about too. All right. All right. So now we're going to go into the other stuff. Well, we got to open this first. All right. So have to do this again. All right. Let's just refresh this. Well, if we have to do it like this, we will. Not a problem. All right. So I'm glad that y'all are here. We have some other things we will be discussing. Going to see if this other display. All right. Here we go. We're in business. Okay. Alrighty. So let's do this. We have see about the. I'll talk about this trial thing Rebel was telling me about, and we'll go through the different things, and I'll also talk about the gray aliens. All right. Former CBI scientist accused of widespread mishandling of DNA evidence charged with 102 felonies. A former forensic scientist who worked on some of the state's most high profile cases throughout her decades long career with the Colorado Bureau of Investigation was charged this week with 102 felonies on alleged allegations she mishandled DNA testing. Court records show Yvonne Missy Woods, 64, faces 52 counts of forgery of government issued documents, 48 counts of attempting to influence the public servant, as well as one count each of carrying out cyber crimes and perjury, according to court records. She turned herself into the Jefferson County Jail Tuesday. A spokesperson for the county sheriff's office said she is being held on a $50,000 bond. Online jail records show Wood's attorney did not immediately return a request to comment. The charges are tied to 58 separate instances of alleged criminal misconduct committed between 2008 and 2023, during which she worked at two laboratory locations in Jefferson County. A spokesperson with the first judicial district attorney's office said Wednesday. Among those were more than 30 sexual assault cases in which Woods allegedly deleted specific values in samples and submitted reports to agencies that reflected no male DNA found when in small amounts of male DNA were present or possible contamination was present. Additional troubleshooting and retesting was required, the office said. The criminal investigation into Woods began on November 2023, by South Dakota Division of Criminal Investigation. The request of CBI South Dakota investigators then turned their findings over to the district attorney's office in December. The investigation showed instances where Woods altered and deleted qualification values, reran entire batches of DNA multiple times without any documentation, and canceled possible contamination, the district attorney's office said. 24 law enforcement agencies around the state received fraudulent reports by Woods, the district attorney's office said. In an interview with investigators, Woods said the discrepancies in the work were partially the results of haste. Quote, it was rushed back and I was trying to get data out and how it happened, Woods said. According to an arrest affidavit, she said she didn't have a good reason as why she manipulated the data. Later in the interview, she told investigators, one juror matters. Good to see you, brother, too. Shout out to you. How are you doing? One juror matters. And I hope that you're doing well. A shout out to you. I'm glad that, hope that you're recovering well. And thank you for stopping, being here with us. Later in the interview, she told investigators, I don't sleep at night. Every night I dream, but I don't dream about stuff that I didn't do. Stuff on, it's like, oh, I made that go away, therefore it went away. Quote, I got put out 7 cases that day instead of 5. I don't know, she added. Part of her process involved cutting and pasting, end quote, data onto the Excel spreadsheet to help organize them better, even though she was told she should not have needed to cut and paste anything. She said some of the data may have been too large to fit into smaller cell and could have appeared missing, she said, according to the affidavit. Quote, so I don't know if they were all intentional. They're possibly, but I don't know if they were all intentional, she told investigators. When investigators suggested that the data was likely intentionally deleted and not removed by accident, she nodded her head and said, quote, you're probably right. A prior internal investigation found that Woods deleted data tampered with DNA testing results and cut corners during her 29 tenure at CBI, cast doubt on hundreds of cases. Prosecutors worry that more than 1,000 convictions could have relied on dubious evidence. The probe into Wood's work was launched in September 2023 after a coworker reported anomalies in her test data at the lab and found that she manipulated data in the testing process and in some cases posted incomplete test results. Woods retried from the agency in lieu of termination before international investigation was complete. The fallout from Wood's errors will cost the state millions as DNA samples must be retested and criminal convictions that relied on the now questionable evidence must be reviewed. Nearly all the incarcerated people affected are expected to challenge their convictions, and untold number could go back to trial. OJM says, I'm feeling good, getting my head back in a good place, finding my grooves. Thanks for asking and caring. I hope that you are doing well and living your best life. You deserve it. Thank you, OJM. Thank you. I am. It's been great, and I can't complain. It's very nice, and the channel has been expanding and growing, and everything's been going well at Law and Crime Chat. There's a person you may not know, Rebecca Willis. She had a seizure, and the chat called 911 on her behalf and saved her life. And there is a troll that was trying to say that she thought that her no the person the guy would thought that Rebecca was making it up, but she came back yesterday and said that she was fine and that she was at the hospital recovering. But yeah, the trial chat is doing great, and I'm doing fine, and my garden's doing well. So yes, everything's going great on my end. Thank you for asking and caring. The Joint Budget Committee last year approved of a 7.5 million addition to this year's state budget to address the fallout, and taxpayers' costs are likely to grow. Budget documents show, though the end of 2024, the CBI estimated that the physical costs tied Wood's alleged misconduct was 11,700, 71,486. Well, actually, what that is 11 million. Because I'm keep reading it, I'm like, this has to be a million. In June, a 31-year-old man pleaded guilty to lesser charges in the deletion of 3 people in 2017 in the first prosecution in a state believed to be impacted by Wood's work. Prosecutors gave Garrett Cullingan the chance to make the plea partially because they were unable to call Woods to testify in the case that relied mostly on circumstantial evidence. Woods is scheduled to appear in court Thursday morning. Circumstantial evidence is indirect evidence that does not on its face prove a fact issue but gives rise to logical inference that the fact exists. Circumstantial evidence requires drawing additional reasonable inferences in order to support a claim. Direct evidence is a type of evidence that, if true, directly proves a fact without requiring any interference or presumptions. This could include eyewitness testimony, a video or audio recordings, or a witness confession, which gives straightforward proof or disproof of a legal situation. It is seen as more reliable than circumstantial evidence. Talk a little bit about the plane crash. How It says, how did the DC plane crash happen? Experts tell that the posts what may have caused the accident. Let's go over here to this one. Okay. A series of grave miscommunications is one of the most crowded and complex patches in the U.S., likely caused Wednesday's night's deadly mid-air crash between the American Airlines passenger plane and a U.S. Army Black Hawk helicopter near Ronald Reagan National Airport. The Post can reveal The crash, which all 64, they're saying 67 now. Let's go to another one. Okay. All right. OJM says, I burst laughing out loud to myself today, viewing the $A the Rocky trial, when you dumbed it down by simply saying the witness can't read English. So true, so true. Yeah, absolutely. The witness was, yeah, I remember I grilled that witness. I roasted him. That was hilarious. A little information about the crash. What we know so far. No survivors. President Donald Trump said there were no survivors after the last night's midair collision between an American Airlines regional jet and a U.S. Army Black Hawk helicopter in Washington, D.C. area, the deadliest since 2001. Trump also, without evidence, placed blame on the Democratic policies. I'm just talking about this, what CNN is saying. Recovery operation efforts have been suspended for the night, with at least 14 people still missing. Dozens of bodies still have removed from the Potomac River where the aircraft crashed. Caused a collision. Multiple sources tell CNN that the plane flying from Wichita, Kansas, was carrying 64 people while 3 soldiers were aboard the helicopter. Investigation underway. National Transportation Safety Board, which is leading the probe in the collision, said the plane's flight data and voice records, known as black boxes, have been recovered. The agency hopes to have a preliminary report ready within 30 days. Experts say both pilots aboard the airline's Flight 5342 and military pilots and the Black Hawk would have been used to navigating the complex airspace. The head of the nation's air traffic controllers union said is too soon to speculate on a cause. Athletes on board. Several members of the figure skating community were aboard the jet returning from the development camp in Wichita. The U.S. figure skating said the Skating Club of Boston named 6 victims, including Evgenia Shishikova and Vadim Namov, 1994 world champs in Paris. Hello, Greg. Good to see you. Shout out to you, Greg. And yeah, we were talking about a trial that's coming up, about the DNA evidence, about this woman that's being charged with 102 charges for fooling with DNA in a fraud. And right now, I'm briefly giving a summary about the helicopters, the helicopter and plane crash. Then I'm going to go into the gray aliens. Shout out to you, Greg. A sketching coach and 2 youth skaters from Delaware were unalived in the plane crash. Alexander and Angelina Yang from Delaware were unalived in the plane crash. Quote, I'm devastated to hear the news that at least 3 Delawareans died during the last night's air collision. Shasa Kurzanov, Sean, Angelina went to Wichita to pursue their passion for figure skating. It is a tragedy that none of them returned home to our state. Delaware is a state of neighbors, and tonight we hold all of our neighbors a little closer. My heart goes out to Shasa's wife, Natalia, University of Delaware, figure skating, and every other Delawarean touched by 3 of them. Greg says, "Hey man, I'm just stopping by to hit the like button. I just left the gym. I'm going to eat some food and chill." Awesome, Greg. Awesome. That's good that you did that. Shout out to you. It's always fun doing that. Godin said it's a triple loss. CNN has reached out to her for a comment but has not heard back. University of Delaware President Dennis Ennis said Kurzanov was a former skating coach for the school's figure skating club. Quote, at this time. Oh, you'll be. Okay, understood, Greg. Thank you. University of Delaware President Denise Asnes said that Kurzanov was a former skating coach for the school's figure skating club. At this time, we are aware that Shasha Kurzanov, a former UD figure skating club was on the airplane. He said the statement posted on the university's website. We believe that two young skaters who are members of the UDI were on board. 14 plane victims still believed to be missing. Recovery efforts have been suspended until Friday morning after the first responders recovered at least another eight bodies on Thursday, with 14 missing victims remaining. According to sources familiar with their efforts, there are 4 people who are accounted for, but they remain pinned inside the plane tonight. The source said 2 soldiers inside the helicopter have yet to be removed. A crane is being brought in to assist the operation, but it's still 24 to 48 hours out from the use of, the source said. I remember when I was a kid, there's this story my grandparents told me about. Over Lake Pontchartrain, there's this storm happening, and there's a big shot of lightning, and the plane crashed into Lake Pontchartrain and is still down there now. So that is a story that I remember when I was very little about plane crashes. Recovery teams are bringing a crane to the Potomac River crash site to help reach victims who are in section of the wreckage that derives that divers can get to. A law enforcement source told CNN the crane will be used and cut to lift pieces in airplanes to allow divers to safely recover additional victims, according to the source. Yes, Greg, I agree with you. I agree. Earlier planes were used to crane provided by U.S. Coast Guard. By the source of the crane is now to be determined. According to the source, overnight rescue teams will be out in the water using technology like sonar to continue their search, and will be ready to deploy divers as Thursday afternoon the divers made recoveries. They could access the area immediately around the crash site, multiple sources told CNN. 8 minutes ago, Transportation Secretary Duffy, this is not what I expected on my first day on the job to be. With the investigation into the mid-air collision Reagan National Airport underway, Sean Duffy said Thursday night that he did not expect to be confronted with a major crisis just hours after being sworn in to Transportation Secretary. quote, "This is not what I expected on my first day on the job to be, but I do believe that God puts us exactly where we're supposed to be. Amen." Duffy said in a post on social media. Duffy added that he has not met with the families of those who died in the plane crash and shared that on Friday he will visit the Federal Aviation Administration Command Center and recovery hangar. Hello, Shelly. Good to see you. I'm glad you're with us, Shelly. All right. It said, "I will continue to keep the families and public up to date with what we are doing in the situation and every other situation that falls under the Transportation Department," Duffy continued in the post. The Transportation Secretary also said it's a developing plan to fix the FAA. Friends on annual hunting trip killed in DC plane crash. Mikey and Stovall and Jesse Pitcher, along with the other friends, were traveling their annual hunting trip to Kansas when they were unalived in a DC plane crash, according to family members. Stovall's mother, Christina Stovall, told CNN affiliate WNK that he was an amazing father and son. Mikey did not have one enemy. She said he was loved by everybody, the happiest person. He saw good in everybody, almost no faults. Several friends all joined together on the hunting trip. Jesse Pitcher wrote on Stovall. Pitcher's father, Jameson Pitcher, told the New York Times. Pitcher told his dad he was looking forward to the trip. He had been married just over a year and was in the process of building a home. His dad said Stovall worked as a steam fitter. His cousin Shauna Slarb told the Times steam fitters UA Local 602 shared a statement on Friday confirming 4 members of the union were among the victims in a plane crash. No names were released. All right, now. All right, so it says civil rights attorney among the victims of the DC plane collision. Kai Duggins, a civil rights attorney and Harvard Law School graduate, was among those that lost the mid-air aircraft collision at Reagan National Airport on Wednesday. Her family confirmed in a statement obtained by CNN affiliate KWCH, quote, "We are coming to terms with grief associated with the loss of our beautiful and accomplished firstborn. Please respect our family privacy at this time." The statement, "May she rest in peace." Duggins, who had been visiting family in Wichita, Kansas, was returning to her home in Washington, D.C. area at the time of the accident. A graduate of Harvard Law School in 2021, Duggins served as president of the Harvard League of Aid and Bureau during her time, and there most recently worked as an attorney with the Civil Rights Corps in Washington. On a 2023 podcast, she described her work litigating cases involving police abuse, alleged police abuse, and pretrial detention across the country. This fall, Duggins was set to begin a new role as professor at Howard University School of Law. Her career also included the time as White House intern during the Obama administration, where she worked on the First Lady's Get Girls Team initiative, nearly a year teaching English Taiwan on Fulbright grant, according to Lincoln, and biographical information provided by Wichita State University, where she earned her bachelor's degree in economics. Right, those are the victims, some of the victims. And drivers battle mud, zero visibility, and painstaking recovery of crash victims. Drivers working on the recovery of victims of the plane collision in Washington, D.C. are facing significant challenges amid an intense mud and near zero visibility, despite the aircraft resting on only a few tense mud, zero visibility, despite aircraft resting on only a few feet of water, experts say. At least 14 people are still missing, while dozens of bodies have been recovered after a plane carrying 64 passengers from Wichita, Kansas collided with U.S. Army helicopter carrying three soldiers, sources told CNN. Although the fuselage rests in just a few feet of water, the conditions make recovery painstakingly difficult. According to Butch Hendrick, a rescue trainer and founder of Lifeguard Systems, a New York based program for drivers and rescue personnel, the mud became an intense problem. The severe lack of visibility means drivers are essentially going through the aircraft by feel, like reading in Braille. And now they're dealing with a fuselage that's torn apart, Hendricks told CNN's Abby Phillip. Quote, every foot, every 6 inches they move, there's the potential for another snag, another hazard, or even another injury to the drivers. Scared. So they have extremely careful inside the aircraft, he added, also warning other contamination risks from the fuel and debris in the river. Hendrick pointed out that the airplane seatbelts, unlike cars' restraints, are lap belts without a shoulder strap, so the bodies may not necessarily still be in their seats. Oh, interesting. All right, that's some new information about this crash that happened. I think it could have been completely preventable. I think it's very disgraceful and cringe that they allowed that to happen like that. All right. All right. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to talk about the gray aliens. Shout out to the spaceship cats. Gray aliens, also referred to as Zeta Reticulians, Roswell Greys or Greys, are imported extra are purported extraterrestrial beings. They are a frequent subject to close encounters and alien abduction claims. The details of such claims vary widely. That said, the Greys are typically described as being human-like with small bodies, smooth gray-colored skin and large hairless heads and large black eyes. The Barney and Betty Hill abduction claim, which purportedly took place Hampshire, in New Hampshire in 1961, popularized the gray aliens. Precursors figures have been described in science fiction, and similar descriptions appeared in later accounts of the 1947 Roswell incident and earlier accounts of the 1948 Aztec UFO hoax. The gray aliens have emerged as an archetype image of the intelligent, non human creature and extraterrestrial life in general, as well as the iconic trope of popular culture in the age of space exploration. Appearance. Greys are typically depicted as gray skinned, diminutive humanoid beings that possess reduced forms of or completely lack external human body parts, such as noses, ears, or set organs. Their bodies are usually depicted as being elongated, having a small chest, and lacking in muscular definition, visibility, skeletal structure. Their legs are depicted as being shorter and jointed differently from humans, with limbs and proportionately different from a human. Greys are depicted as having unusually large heads in proportion to their bodies, with no hair on their body and no noticeable outer ears or noses, sometimes with a small opening or orifices, which I don't know what that is. Like an opening for ears, nostrils, and mouth. In drawings, greys are almost always shown with very large apicu black eyes without eye whites. They are frequently described as shorter than the average adult human. Association with Zeta Reticuli. The association between gray aliens and Zeta Reticuli originated with the interpretation of a map drawn by Betty Hill by the schoolteacher named Marjorie Majore no Marjorie Fish sometime in 1961. Betty Hill, under hypnosis, had claimed to have been shown a map that displayed the alien's home system and nearby star. Upon learning of this, Fish attempted to create a model from the drawing produced by Hill, eventually determining that the stars marked as the alien's home were the Zeta Reticuli, a binary star system. Origins. In 1893, H.G. Wells presented a description of humanity's future appearance in the article The Man of the Year Million, describing humans as having no mouths, noses, or hair, with large head. In 1895, Wells also depicted Eloi, a successor species of humanity, in similar terms of the novel The Time Machine. As early as 1917, occultist Aleister Crowley described a meeting with a per- preternaturally entity. Preternaturally, no, preternatural enemy entity named Lam. That's interesting. In meditation, that is the orange chakra. That was similar appearance to a modern gray. Crawley believed he had contacted the entity through a process that he called the Armalantraha workings, which he thought allowed humans to contact beings from outer space and across dimensions. Other occultists and UFOlogists, many of whom have retroactively linked the Lam to a later Gray encounters, have since described their own visitations from him, with one describing the being as a cold, computer like intelligence and utterly beyond human comprehension. Yeah, Aleister Crowley. That's what I was telling Stranded. It's like the dude summoned one of these things, and he was an evil occultist. A lot of the evil occultist stuff we see today came from him, in my opinion. In 1933, the Swedish novelist Gustav Sandgren, using the pen name Gabriel Linde, published a science fiction novel called Den Oknada Faran, The Unknown Danger, in which he describes a race of extraterrestrials who wore clothes made of sort of gray fabric and were short with big bald heads and large dark gleaming eyes. The novel aimed at young readers, including illustrations of imagined aliens. The description would become the template upon which popular images of gray aliens are based off of. Barney and Betty Hill abduction. The conception remained a niche one until 1965, when newspaper reports of Betty and Barney Hill abduction made the archetype famous. The alleged abductees, Betty and Barney Hill, claimed that in 1961 humanoid alien beings with grayish skin had abducted them and taken them to a flying saucer. Scared. We have a footnote here. The creatures did not resemble any race of humans. They were shorter than the average Japanese. Their heads were big and bald, with strong, square foreheads, very small noses and mouths, and weak chins. What was most extraordinary about them were their eyes, large, dark, gleaming with a sharp gaze. They wore clothes made of a soft gray fabric. Their limbs seemed to be similar to those of a human. In his 1990 article, entirely unprecedented, entirely unpredisposed, Martin Contamere suggested that Barney's memories revealed under hypnosis might have been influenced by an episode of a science fiction television show, The Outer Limits, titled Bellerio Shield, which was broadcast 12 days before the Barney's first hypnotic season. The episode featured extraterrestrials with large eyes who says, in the universe, all the unities between the universe and all those who have eyes that speak. The report from the regression feature a scenario that was in some respects similar to the television show and part of the Coatmere wrote. Wraparound eyes are an extremely rarity in science fiction films. I only know of one instance. They appeared on the alien of the episode of the old TV series Outer Limits, entitled The Bellerio Shield. A person familiar with Barney's sketch and the interrupted journey, and the sketch done in collaboration with artist David Baker, will find a frisson of deja vu creeping into the spine seeing the episode. The resemblance is much obtained by absence of ears, hair, and nose on both aliens. Could it be a chance? Consider this. Barney's first description drew the wraparound eyes during the hypnosis season, date 22 February 1964. Belirio Shield was the first broadcast in February 10, 1964. Only 12 days separate the two instances of the identification is admitted commonness of the wraparound eyes abduction literature. Carl Sagan echoed Kautmer's suspicions of his 1997 book, Demon Hunted World Science as Candle in the Dark, where invaders from Mars were cited as another potential inspiration. Diffusion into folklore. After Hill's encounter, Grays would go on to become integ- integral part of UFOlogy and extraterrestrial related folklore. This is particularly true in the case of the United States, according to journalist C.D.B. Bryan, and 73% of the reported alien encounters in the United States described gray aliens, a significantly higher proportion that other countries. I'm alright. During the early 1980s, grays were linked to alleged crash landings of flying saucers in Roswell, New Mexico. In 1947, military handling a number of unusually purported bald child-sized beings. These individuals claimed during after the incident that the beings had oversized heads and slanted eyes, but the scant distinguishable facial features. In 1987, novelist Whitley Strieber posted the book Communion, which, unlike previous works, was categorized as nonfiction and which had describes a number of close encounters he alleged to have experienced with greys and other extraterrestrial beings. The book became a New York Times bestseller. The New Line Cinema released in 1989 film adaptation of that starred Christopher Walken and Stryber. In 1988, Christophe Deschavin interviewed French science fiction and UFOologist Jimmy Guayu on 7 TF1s. Besides mentioning Majestic 12, UI described the existence of what he called the Little Greys, which later on became better known in French under the name Les Petites Gray. Gui later wrote in the docudramas using a plot the Gray Aliens Majestic 12 conspiracy theory as described by John Lear and Milton William Copper series for the extraterrestrial biological entity. Shout out to the train. Greys have since become the subject of many conspiracy theories. Many conspiracy theorists believe that the Greys represent a part of the government led disinformation or plausible deniability campaign, or that they are a product of a government mind control experiment. During the 1990s, popular culture also began to increasingly link Greys to a number of military industrial complex and the New World Order conspiracy theories. In 1995, filmmaker Ray Santelli claimed to have obtained 22 reels of 16mm film that depicts an autopsy of a real gray alien supposedly recovered from the site of 1947 Roswell incident. In 2006, though, Santilli announced that the film was not original, but was instead a reconstruction created after the original film was found have been degraded. He maintained the real gray had been found in autopsy on the camera in 1947, that the footage released to the public contained a percentage of the original footage. In close encounter claims in UFOlogy, Greys are often involved in alien abduction claims among reports of alien encounters. Greys make up 50% in Australia, 73% in the United States, 48% in the continental Europe, and around 12% in the United Kingdom. These reports include two distinct groups of Greys that differ in height. Abduction claims are often described as extremely traumatic, similar to an abduction by humans, even sexual assault, and the level of trauma and distress. The emotional impact perceived abductions can be as great as that of a combat sexual abuse in a traumatic event. The eyes are often a focus on of abduction claims, which often describe Gray staring into the eyes of the abductee when conducting mental procedures. This staring claimed to introduce hallucinogenic states or directly provoke different emotions. Psychocultural expression of intelligence. Neurologist Stephen Novelia proposes that gray aliens are a byproduct of the human imagination, with Gray's most distinctive features representing everything that modern humans traditionally think will link with intelligence. The aliens, however, do not just appear as humans, they appear like humans, with those traits we psychologically associate them with intelligence. The mother hypothesis. In 2005, Frederick Malmstorm, writing in Skeptic magazine, volume 11, issues 4, presents his ideas that Greys are actually residual memories of early childhood development. Malmstorm constructed the face of a Grey through transformation of a mother's face based on our best understanding on early childhood sensation and perception. Malmstorm study offers another alternative to the existence of Greys. The intense instinctive response may be expressed when present of an image of a gray, and it acts as a regression hypnosis, recovered memory therapy. Recovering memory of an alien abduction express experiences along with the common theme. Evolutionary implausibility. According to biologist Jack Cohen, the typical image of a gray, assuming that it would have evolved from a world with different environmental and ecological conditions from Earth, is to physiologically similar to human to be credible as representation of an alien. Other hypothesis. The interdimensional hypothesis this is the one that I go with. Now, the crypto-terrestrial hypothesis I've not heard of. And the time traveler hypothesis, which I kind of thought of and heard of, attempt to provide an alternate explanation to the humanoid autonomy behavior of these alleged beings. The crypto-terrestrial hypothesis proposes that reports of flying saucers or UFOs are evidence of a hidden Earth base technology advanced civilization. The time traveler hypothesis, also known as the Coronaut UFO, feature humans extraterrestrial model and Terminator theory. The proposal that unidentified flying objects are humans traveling from the future using advanced technology. Some notable people have gained recent public exposure to this. In popular culture, so this is a depiction of the gray aliens. Very, very good picture, by the way. Depictions of gray aliens have gone on to appear in a number of films and television shows, supplanting the previously popular Little Green Men as early as 1966. For example, the superhero character Ultraman was explicitly based on them, and in 1977 they were featured in Close Encounters of the Third Kind. Greys have also Greys have also been worked into space opera and other interstellar settings. Babylon 5, the Greys are referenced as the Verae and are depicted as being allies and trading partners of the 23rd century Earth. While in the Stargate franchise, they are called the Asgard depictions. In the depictions of ancient astronauts allied with modern day Earth, South Park refers to as the Visitors. During the 1990s, plot lines wherein Greys were linked to conspiracy theories became common. A well known example of the Fox television series, The X Files, which first aired in 1993, it combined the quest to find the existence of Grey like extraterrestrials with a number of UFO conspiracy theory. Subplot from the primary source arc of the examples include XCOM video franchise, The Dark Skies, first broadcast in 1996, which explain upon the MJ-12 conspiracy, American Dad, which features gray-like aliens named Roger, whose backstory draws from the Roswell incident, and 1951 conspiracy theories. In 2021, the film Paul tells the story of a gray named Paul who attributes the gray frequency pressure in science fiction as pop culture to U.S. government deliberately inserting stereotypical gray alien images in mainstream media. This is done so that if humanity came into contact with Paul's species, no immediate shock will occur as their appearance. Child abduction by Greys is kept on point in 2013 Dark Skies. Greys appear in Sci-Fi's 2021 science fiction Dream Day Resident Alien. Alien Autopsy Fact or Fiction is a 1995 pseudo documentary containing a grainy black and white footage of a hoaxed alien autopsy. In 1995, a film purporting to show an alien autopsy conducted shortly after the Roswell incident was released by British entrepreneur Ray Santelli. Isn't that crazy? That's a similar name to the person on trial right now. The footage aired on television network around the world. Fox Television broadcasted the purported autopsy hosted by Jonathan Frakes on August 28, 1995, under the Alien Autopsy Fact or Fiction. Rebroadcast is twice each time to higher ratings. The footage was also broadcast on UK's Channel 4 and repackaged for the home video market. The program was an overnight sensation, with Time magazine declaring the film had sparked debate with intensely non-lavished on any home movie since the Zapruder film. The program was thoroughly debunked. The autopsy footage was filmed on an inexpensive set construction in London living room. Its alien bodies were hollow plaster casts filled with offal sheep brains and raspberry jam. Multiple participants in Alien Autopsy state that the misleading editing had removed their opinions that the footage was a hoax. Sonate admitted in 2006 that the film was fake, though he continued to claim it was inspired by a genuine but lost footage. Alien Autopsy was derived in media in 1995. The X-Files featured an alien autopsy footage that the skeptical Agent Scully describes as even hokier, and that one they aired on the Fox News network. It was sterilized against the 1996 files exposed the Jose Chung's from Outer Space. In 1998, Fox aired a new special, The World's Greatest Hoaxes, and Secrets Revealed, which debunked the 1995 alien autopsy footage. A fictional version of the creation of the footage it's released was retold in the comedy film The Alien Autopsy in 2006. In popular culture and UFO conspiracy theories, men in black are government agents dressed in black suits who question, interrogate, and harass and threaten, allegedly memory wipe, and sometimes assassinate unidentified flying objects. Witnesses, UFO witnesses, to keep them silent about what they have seen. The term is also frequently used to describe mysterious men working for unknown organizations as well as various branches of the government allegedly tasked with protecting secrets or performing other strange activities. The term is generic and as it is used for any unusual, threatening, or strategic or strangely behaved individual whose appearance on a scene can be linked to some fashion with a UFO sighting. Several alleged encounters with men in black have been reported by UFO researchers and enthusiasts. The MIB supposedly appeared throughout different moments in history. The stories about Men in Black inspired the scene in fiction, comedy, and franchise The Men in Black and an album by the Stranglers. Folklore. Folklorist James R. Lewis compares accounts of Men in Black with tales of people encountering Lucifer and speculates that they can be considered a kind of psychological trauma. UFOologists, Men in Black feature predominantly UFOology, UFO folklore, and fan fiction. The 1950s and 60s, UFOologists adopted a conspiratorial mindset and began fearing they would be subject to organized to intimidation and retaliation for discovering the truth of the UFOs. In 1947, Harold Dahl claimed a man in a dark suit warned him to discuss his alleged UFO sighting on Murray Island. In the mid 1950s, UFOologist Albert K. Bender claimed he was visited by men in dark suits who threatened and warned him not to continue investigating UFOs. He maintained that the men were secret government agents tasked with suppressing evidence of UFOs. UFOologist John Keel claimed to have had encounters with MIB, referred to them as demonic supernaturals with dark skin and exotic facial features. According to UFOologist Jerome Clark, reports Men in Black represent experiences that don't seem to have occurred in the world of consensus reality. Historian Aaron Gulyas wrote during the 1970s and 1980s and 1990s, UFO conspiracy theorists would incorporate MIB into their increasingly complex and paranoid visions. Keel has argued that the some MIB encounters could be explained as entirely mundane events perpetuated through folklore. In his 1975 book, The Mothman Prophecies, he described a late night outing in 1967 where he was taken for an MIB while searching for the phone call in the truck. In his article, Gray Baker, My Friend and Myth Maker John C. Sturwood claims that in the late 60s, at age 18, he cooperated with when Gray Barker urged him to develop a hoax, which Barker subsequently published about what Barker called black men, three mysterious UFO inhabitants who silenced Sherwood's pseudonymous identity, Dr. Richard H. Pratt. In popular media, in 1976, Blue Oyster Cult (ETI) extraterrestrial intelligence contains a line three men in black said don't report this. Their 1983 song Take Me Away about the singer's desire to leave Earth with Good Guy Aliens has the line. The men in black, their lips are sealed. In 1979, the British punk rock and new wave rock band The Stranglers recorded a song entitled Men in Black for their album The Raven, released that year in 1981. Their concept album, The Gospel According to Men in Black, featured alien visitations to Earth. James T. Flocker's 1979 film The Alien Encounters included men in black who harass a UFO investigator portrayed by Augie Trebach. The 1984 film Brother from Another Planet features two men in black who try to capture the alien hero. One is played by the film's director John Sayles. The 1995 album Masquerade Running Wild album by the band Running Wild Band has a song called Men in Black. The song tells about the UFO sighting and arrival of the men in black and covering up of the sighting. In 1997, science fiction film Men in Black, starring Will Smith and Tommy Lee Jones, was loosely based on the Men in Black comic book series created by Lowell Cunningham and Sandy Carruthers. The Cunningham got the idea for the comic when he and a friend saw a black van on the street and his friend joked about the government Men in Black. The video game franchise Half-Life features a character known as the G-Man, widely regarded as being inspired by urban legends associated with Men in Black. Alright, so that's the Men in Black. Interesting conspiracy. Alright, so shout out to the Spaceship Cats again. I'm going to read about some classic literature because right before I did the live stream, I was thought about doing that for some reason. And he's going to check over the title. Make sure, okay. We talked about the plane crash, we did the gaming, the gray aliens, pirates. Okay. So after I talk about the classic thing, we'll talk about pirates. And then that should be it unless something else comes up. I want to talk about some classic literature because as I said, I thought about it because it has to do with like it's getting foggy here, and like it's a lot of this is depicted in fogginess, and I get these things kind of mixed up sometimes, but I think I have it right. Yeah. Anyway, so This is the tragedy of Macbeth. It was a Shakespeare story, very famous, that many people read like when they're in high school and stuff like that. And I like the history about it with Europe, so I still like to review it, although it's not something I'm academically pursuing because I'm not academically pursuing anything. I'm self-taught. Anyway, here we go. The tragedy of Macbeth, often shortened to Macbeth, is a tragedy by William Shakespeare, estimated to have been the first performed in 1606. It dramatizes the physically violent and damaging psychological effects of political ambitions and power. It was first published in folio of 1623, possibly from a prompt book, and is Shakespeare's shortest tragedy. Scholars believe Macbeth, of all the plays of Shakespeare wrote during the reign of King James I, contains the most allusions to James, patron of Shakespeare's acting company. A patron, you know how they have Patreon? A patron was somebody like an aristocrat or a nobleman that funded a artistic or creative work. In the play, a brave Scottish general named Macbeth receives prophecy from a trio of witches, which is pretty cool. Think about, and it's like these witches. They, it's like kind of foggy and dark up there in some of the movies, and these three witches are chilling. I love the like different the plays and the different ways it was explained about the three witches. It was quite fascinating. You know what I got to do? I got to do one of those videos, those music videos I do with underneath when I put the subtitles underneath. I got to do one for this. It's a lot of youngsters. I'm young. I'm still in my 20s, but I say youngsters, but so they use my stuff for their school work, like for projects and stuff. And I think that'd be a good idea to make something like this for the other school projects people do. In the in a play In the play, a brave Scottish general named Macbeth receives a prophecy from a trio of witches that one day he will become king of Scotland. Consumed by ambitions and spurred to violence by his wife, Macbeth murders the king and takes the Scottish throne for himself. Then, racked with guilt and paranoia, he commits violent murders to protect himself from enmity and suspicion, soon becoming a tyrannical ruler. The bloodbath swiftly leads to insanity and finally death of the power hungry couple. Shakespeare's sources for the story account for Macbeth, King of Scotland, Macduff, Duncan, in Holinshed's Chronicles in 1587. A history of England, Scotland, and Ireland familiar to Shakespeare and his contemporaries, although the event and the play differ extensively from the history of the real Macbeth. The events of the tragedy have associated with the exclusion of Henry Garnet for complicity of gunpowder plot of 1605. In the backstage world of theater, some believe that the play is cursed and will not mention its title around referring to instead of the Scottish play. The play has attracted some of the most renowned actors, and the role of Macbeth, Lady Macbeth, has also been adapted film in opera, novels, and comics and other media. Act 1. Amid thunder and lightning. Thunder and lightning. Three witches decide that their next meeting will be with Macbeth, the Thane, Lord of Glamis. Following scene, soldiers report to the king, Duncan of Scotland, that his generals Banquo and Macbeth have just defeated a rebellion allied with forces from Norway and Ireland and led by the traitorous Thane Cawdor. Duncan praises his kinsmen for their bravery and fighting prowess, announcing that the title of Thane and Cawdor shall be transferred to Macbeth. Wandering on the heath, Macbeth and Banquo are puzzled when the three witches appear prophetically hailing Macbeth as Thane of Glamis and the Thane of Cawdor, next saying he shall be king hereafter. When Banquo asks of his own fortunes, the witches respond that he will father a line of kings, though he himself will not be one. The witches vanish, and Thane of Ross arrives, informing Macbeth of his newly bestowed title, the Thane of Cawdor. The first prophecy is thus fulfilled, and Macbeth immediately begins to harbor nervous ambitions of becoming king. King Duncan himself soon welcomes and praises Macbeth, and Banquo declaring they will also spend the night at Macbeth Castle in Inverness. Also, Duncan's his son Malcolm, is announced as his official heir. Macbeth sends a letter about the witches ahead of his wife, Lady Macbeth, who is result that she and her husband should murder Duncan in order to obtain the crowd. When Macbeth arrives in Inverness, she persuades him to king. That very night, they plan to get Duncan's two-chamber attendants drunk so they will be black out. Thus, the next morning, they can frame the attendants for murder. That's the witches. That night, despite his doubts and the number of supernatural omens, including the hallucinations of a blood smeared dagger, Macbeth goes off stage and stabs the sleeping Duncan to death. Returning, he is also shaken that Lady Macbeth finds him still holding the bloody daggers, which she scolds him for, reminding him they must be left to Duncan's sleeping servant. She takes the knives, and places them back in Duncan's chamber. When the couple hears knocking in Castlegate, they hurry to bed. A drunken porter opens the gate, admitting a nobleman named Lennox and Macduff, the Thane of Fife. They wish to visit the king. Macbeth, greeting them, leads them to Duncan's chamber, into which Macduff exists, and re-enters, accounting with shock Duncan's murder, and Macbeth and Lennox rush into the chamber. Where off stage, Macbeth impulsively kills Duncan's servants to prevent them from professing their innocence. He reappears and confesses to the other nobles that he killed the servants, but lies that his intentions were to avenge Duncan's murder. Duncan's two sons, flee the country, including Malcolm fleeing to England, fearing that they will be killed next time. Macduff explains that their flight makes them main suspects to the knight's death, and Macbeth, as Duncan's next of kin, assumes the throne of offstage as a new king of Scotland. Banquo remembers the witch prophecy about how his own descendants would inherit the throne, and he is suspicious that Macbeth might be Duncan's true killer. Act 3. Despite Macbeth's success, he remains uneasy about the Banquo's role in the prophecy, inviting Banquo to a royal banquet. Macbeth discovers that the Banquo and his younger son Fleance will be riding out that night. Macbeth rapidly arranges to have Banquo and Fleance killed, hiring two men and later adding a third murderer to the plan. During the ambush, the murderers succeed in killing the Banquo, but Fleance escapes. Macbeth is furious that an heir of Banquo remains alive. At the banquet, Macbeth has invited his Lord and Lady Macbeth to a night of drinking and merriment. Although Macduff has refused to come, Banquo's ghost enters and sits in Macbeth's place. Macbeth raves, fearfully startling his guest. Of the ghost is visible only to him. The other panic of the sighting of Macbeth raging at an empty chair until a desperate Lady Macbeth lies that her husband is merely affected with harmless lifelong illness. The ghost departs and returns more, causing the same righteous anger and fear in Macbeth. This time, Lady Macbeth demands the visitors to leave. Elsewhere, Hecate, queen of witchcraft, scolds three witches for communicating with Macbeth without consulting her. Hecate instructs the witches to next give Macbeth a false sense of safety and overconfidence about his new position. Though verbal irony, Lennox reveals to another lord his suspicions that Macbeth is murdering Tyrant, and that they discuss how Macbeth, refusing to attend Macbeth's banquet, has gone to England to find allies who help take back Scotland's throne. That's him consulting a vision. Macbeth visits the three witches and asks them to reveal the truth of their prophecies to him. They summon horrible apparitions, each of which offers further supernatural prominent pronouncements. First, they conjure an armored head which tells him to beware of Macduff. Second, a bloody child tells him that no one born of a woman will be able to harm. Thirdly, a crowned child holding a tree states that Macbeth will be safe until great Brenham Wood comes to Dunshine Hill. Macbeth is revealed because he knows that all his enemies are born of women, and a forest cannot possibly travel across the land. However, the witches also conjure a procession of 8 crowned kings, the last carrying a mirror that reflects even more kings. And finally, the ghost of the Benkyo pointing to the procession. Macbeth realizes nervously that these are all Benkyo's descendants who will acquire kingship in numerous countries. In light of the latest prophecies, Macbeth orders the disobedient Macduff's castle seized and sends assassins to slaughter all of the inhabitants, including Macduff's wife and young son. Meanwhile, Macduff himself is in England meeting with Prince Malcolm to discuss Macbeth's tyrannical regime. Malcolm, who must be cautious for any traps, confesses that he would be a terrible leader if the crown were handed to him. This mere lie. See how Macduff will react. Macduff shows that he is more loyal to Scotland than any particular leader. Impersonating Malcolm, who now reveals the lie that says Macduff has won his trust. The Thane of Ross arrives to deliver the horrible news of Macduff to Macduff. And hey, Alan, good to see you. Welcome. I'm glad that you're able to come tell us hello. Alan, I hope that you're having a good day. Thank you for coming out. And right, I talked about the Greys earlier, which I'll talk about it tomorrow too, because I'm going to do a stream tomorrow around 7 in the evening. I'm going to talk about the similar topics for people that aren't here right now, because I do like an earlier version and a late version of the stream. I talked about the Greys earlier, and I talked about the Men in Black and the plane collision. Now I'm talking about Macbeth. The story, because I wanted to talk about that. To Macduff, and that his castle is surprised, your wife and babies savagely slaughtered with his news of his family's murders. Macduff is stricken with grief, but he is quickly provoked to vengeance by Malcolm, who explains that he has raised an army with the help of the English King Edward. Together they can defeat Macbeth and take back the Scottish throne. At night in the royal palace at Dunsinane, a doctor and a gentlewoman discuss Lady Macbeth's sudden frightening habit of sleepwalking. Lady Macbeth enters into the trance with a candle in her hand, bemoaning the recent murders and trying to wash off imagery of bloodstains from her hands. Her observers marvel at her guilt-ridden confessions. Meanwhile, Prince Malcolm's allied forces plan to join up at Murnam Wood, additionally supported by Macduff and defecting Scottish Thanes, alarmed by Macbeth's recent barbarities. While encamped in the Murnam Wood, Malcolm orders his soldiers to cut down and carry a tree broths to camouflage their numbers. Lady Macbeth sleepwalking. At night in the royal palace at Dunshine, that happened. As Macbeth readies for the attack, he receives the news. His wife suddenly was unalived, causing him to deliver a despairing tomorrow and tomorrow and tomorrow soliloquy. Still, he is emboldened by the witch's seeming guarantee of his invincibility against any man or woman born until a servant reports to Malcolm's army is advancing on Dunshine in the form of a moving trees. As the invaders take his castle, Macbeth is confronted by Macduff. Macbeth tells him that he cannot defeat the one woman born, but Macduff reveals that he was born by Caesarean's section, and thus did not have any natural childbirth. In the ensuing duel with Macduff, Macbeth is killed off stage. Macduff re-enters with Macbeth's severed head. And Malcolm discusses how order has been restored. He implies that Lady Macbeth's death was suicide, declares his benevolent intentions for the country, promotes his thanes of earls, and invites all to see him crowned at Scone. So that's the whole thing, and basically, that is quite wild right there, what happened in that story. It kind of reminds me of the story of King Arthur, the fall of Camelot. That's what it reminds me of. As a tragedy of character, at least since the days of Samuel Johnson, analysis of the play has centered on the question of Macbeth's ambition, commonly seen as so dominant a trait that it defines the character. Johnson asserted that Macbeth, though esteemed for his military bravery, is wholly revealed. This opinion recurs in critical literature. According to Caroline, Spurgeon is supported by the Shakespeare himself, who apparently intended to degrade his hero by vesting him with clothes unsuited to him and make Macbeth look ridiculous by several exaggerations. He applies the garments seem either to be too big or too small for him, as ambition is too big, his character is too small for him, his unrightful roles as king. Scared. After Macbeth is unexpectedly greeted with his new title as Thane of Cawdor, as prophesied by the witches Banquo, comments. New honors come upon him, like our strange garments cleave not to their mold, but with aid of use. In the end, with the tyranny of Bay is at bay, done sane Cathiness sees him as the man trying to vain a fastened large garment on him with too small a belt. He cannot buckle his dismembered cause within the belt of rule. While Angus sums up what everybody thinks ever since Macbeth's ascension to power. Now, does he feel his title hang loose about him like a giant's robe upon the thief, dwarfish thief? Like Richard III, but without that character's pervasively appalling exuberance, Macbeth wades through the blood until his inevitable fall. Alright. We'll do more about this, but tomorrow I'll talk about pirates in a moment. I am in blood, steeping so far that should I wade no more, returning where were as tedious as go o'er. Hello, Greg. I'm talking about. I was finishing up talking about a Shakespeare's Macbeth, and I'm going to talk about pirates also. Looks like the garbage people are here to get the garbage. The disastrous consequences of Macbeth's ambition are not limited to him. Almost from the moment of the murder, the play depicts Scotland as a land shaken by inversions of the natural order. Shakespeare may have intended reference to great chain of being, although the play's images of this order are mostly not specific enough to support detailed intellectual readings. He may also have intended an elaborate complement to disorder are mostly not specific enough to support detailed intellectual readings. He may, yes, welcome back, Greg. He may also have intended an elaborate complement to James's belief in the divine right of kings, although his hypothesis outlined at the greatest length by Henry and Paul is not universally accepted as in Julius Caesar, though perturbations in political sphere are echoed and even amplified by events in the martial world. Among the most often depicted of the inversions of the natural order is sleep. Macbeth's announcement that he has murdered sleep is figuratively mirrored in Lady Macbeth's sleepwalking. Macbeth, very similar to Anakin Skywalker from Star Wars, the power went to his head and he did a lot of things that were bad. James believes in divine right, as in Julius Caesar, in the political sphere, amplified the martial world. I gotta read that again. As in Julius Caesar, though the perturbations of the political sphere are echoed and even amplified by the events in martial world, among the most often depicted of the inversions of the natural order is sleep. Macbeth's announcement that he has murdered sleep is figuratively mirrored in the Lady Macbeth's sleepwalking. Macbeth's generally accepted NT independent in the Tebidus to medieval tragedy is often seen as a significant in the play's treatment of moral order. Glenn Wickham connects the play through Porter, a mystery play of the harrowing of hell. Harold Felperin argues that the play has more of a complex attitude towards the Orthodox Christian tragedy than in the often admitted. He sees a kinship between the play and the tyrant plays within the medieval liturgical drama. The theme of the androgyny is often seen as a special aspect of the theme of disorder. Inversion of the normative gender roles is famously associated with the witches, with Lady Macbeth, as she appears in the first act. Whatsoever Shakespeare's degree of sympathy with such inversions, the play ends with, through the return to normative gender values, some feminist psychoanalytic critics such as Janet Adleman have connected the play's treatment of gender roles to the larger theme of inverted natural order. In this light, Macbeth is punished for a violation of the moral order by being removed from the cycle of nature, which are figured as female. Nature itself is embodied in the movement, is part of the restoration of the moral order. That's him and the Three Witches. Alright. In the play, the Three Witches represent darkness, chaos, and conflict. While their role is as agents of the wicked, of the witnesses, agents and witnesses, their presence communicates treason and impending doom. During Shakespeare's day, witches were seen as worse than rebels, the most notorious traitor and rebel that can be. They were not only political traitors, but spiritual traitors. As well, much of the confusion that springs from the comes their ability to straddle the play's borders between reality and the supernatural. They are also deeply entrenched in both the worlds that is unclear whether they control fate or whether that they merely is its agents. They defy logic, not being subject to the rules of the real world. The witches' lines in the first act: fair is the foul, and foul is the fair. However, though the fog and filthy air are often said to set tone of the rest of the play, establishing a sense of confusion. Indeed, the play is filled with a situation where evil is depicted as good, and while good is rendered as evil. That's what Scripture talks about that would happen in the end times. The line double and double toll trouble the communicates of witches' intent clearly. They seek to trouble morals around them. The witches' spells remarkably similar to the spells of which Medusa in Anthony Munday's play Fidele and Fortunio, published in 1584, and Shakespeare may have been influenced by these. While the witches do not tell Macbeth directly to go and unalive King Duncan, they use a subtle form of temptation, and they tell Macbeth that he is a distant to be destined to be king by placing this thought in his mind. They effectively guide him in a path to his own destruction. This follows the pattern of temptation used in the time of Shakespeare. First, they argued a thought put in a man's mind, and then the person may enter, indulge, and throughout or reject it. Macbeth indulges in while Mancio rejects. According to J. A. Bryant Jr., Macbeth also makes use of biblical parallels, notably between King Duncan's murder and the murder of Christ. No matter how one looks at it, whether as his story or a tragedy, Macbeth distinctively Christian. One may simply count the biblical allusions. As Richmond Noble has done, one may go further and study the parallels between Shakespeare's story and the Old Testament stories of Saul and Jezebel, as Miss Jane H. Jack has done. One may examine with W.C. Curry the progressive degeneration of Macbeth from the point of view of an evil theology. Restoration in the 8th century. All theaters were closed down in Puritan government on 6 December 1642 upon the restoration of the monarchy in 1660. Two patent companies, the King's Company and the Duke's Company, were established, and the existing theoretical retroprior divided between them. Sir William Davenant, founder of the Duke's Company, adapted Shakespeare's play to the taste of the new era, and his version would dominate on stage for around 80 years. Among the changes he made were the expansion of the role of the witches, including the new songs, dances, and flying, an expansion of the role of Lady Macduff as a foil of Lady Macbeth. They were, however, performance outside of the patent companies. Among the evasions of Duke's Company monopoly was the puppet version of Macbeth. The chill of the grave seemed about you when you looked on her. There was hush and damp charnel house at midnight. Your flesh crept and your breathing became uneasy. The scent of blood became terrible to you. The sleepwalking scene. Shakespeare's Day in the Interregnum. The only eyewitnesses' accounts of Macbeth in Shakespeare's lifetime was recorded in Simon Forman, who saw the performance at the Globe on April 20, 1610. Scholars had noted discrepancies between Forman's accounts and the play as it appears in the folio. For example, it makes no mention of the apparition scene or hectate of the man not the woman born or of the Burnham Wood. However, Clark observes that Forman's accounts were often inaccurate and incomplete, for instance, omitting the statue scene from Winter's Tale. And this interest did not seem to be given full accounts of the productions. Superstitions in the Scottish play. While many today would say that any misfortune surrounding production is mere coincidence, actors and others in the theater industry often consider the play bad luck to mention Macbeth by name while inside a theater, and sometimes referred to it as the Scottish play or Mac B when referring to characters not the play, and Mr. and Miss M, the Scottish King. This is because Shakespeare, or the play's reverse, is said to have used the spells or real witches in his texts, purportedly angering the witches and causing them to curse the play. Thus, to say the name of the play inside a theater is believed to doom the production to failure, perhaps cause physical injury or death to the cast members. There are stories of accidents, misinformation, misfortunes, and even deaths taking place during runs of Macbeth. According to Sir Donald Sinden in the Sky Arts TV series Great West Theatres, contrary to popular myth, Shakespeare tragedy Macbeth is not unluckiest play in superstition, like its portrayal is exactly the opposite. The origin of the unfortunate moniker dates back to reportedly the theater days when each town and village had at least one theater to entertain the public. If a play was not doing well, it would invariably get pulled or placed with a surefire audience pleasure. Macbeth guaranteed full houses, so when weekly theater newspaper stage was published, listing was on each theater in the country, in which instantly noticed what shows had not worked the previous week as they been replaced by a a definite crowd pleasure. More actions have died during the performances of Hamilton that the Scottish play as profession still calls it is forbidden. Okay, Greg, good night. Thank you for coming. To quote from backstage, this could be the current play to collapse had replaced the causing possible unemployment. All right. So this is some rumors about the, you know, some conspiracy theories regarding the play. And also, Greg, thank you for coming. Several methods exist to dispel the curse depending on the actor. One attributed Michael York is immediately leave the building, the stage with the person who uttered the name, walk around 3 times, spit over their shoulders, say an obscenity, then wait to be invited back to the building. A related practice is a spin around 3 times as fast as possible on the spot, sometimes accompanied by spitting over their shoulder and uttering obscenity. Another popular ritual is to leave the room, knock 3 times, be invited in, and then quote a line from Hamlet. Yet another is to recite lines from The Merchant of Venice through to be a lucky play. Sir Patrick Stewart on the radio program asked me another asserted if you had played a role of Scottish Thane, then you are allowed to say the title anywhere else. All right, we're gonna talk about pirates now, and then that'll be it for this stream. Americans are the most likely to say they opt for piracy because they don't have enough. This is an example of why people pirate. Because they don't have enough money to afford all the content they want. But it's a type of different piracy, I think. It's like piracy content. Factors contributing to the piracy during the Golden Age including the rise in quantities of valuable cargoes being shipped to Europe over vast ocean areas, reduced European navies in certain regions, and training and experiencing that many sailors gained in European navies, particularly the British Royal Navy. For most people, turning to piracy was a way of making money when they lacked their other opportunities. The crew of captured ship might join the pirates to seek their fortune. Becoming a pirate was a risky decision. It could mean death. However, the rewards were potentially far greater than other forms of work at sea, like fishing and stuff. Pirates are mostly known for attacking other ships, pillaging villages along the coastlines, and amusing materials and treasures through stealing. Their daily lives, however, were not nearly as exciting as these activities would have us believe. And say like us streamers and people on YouTube. In the future, will likely be romanticized like the pirates and the cowboys were. And in my opinion, I think that it said us YouTubers, not every single day is something interesting. Oh, something interesting always happens on YouTube live streams. I hate to say it, but that's true. But like, say there could be boring days or things not really going on, but like the little adventures and stuff are really emphasized. Between 1680 and 1713, however, pirates were crucial in establishing, maintaining a illicit trade network or pilfered goods in and out of the colonies. Pirates were still lucrative trade partners with colonial governors. With governors? Piracy declined due to the combination of factors, including increased naval power, more severe punishments, and pardons for pirates who agreed to stop committing crimes. The average lifespan of a pirate was about 26 years. Pirates were usually young men, with more than half of them in their 20s. So they're around my age. Pirates were often young men from the lower classes who were disillusioned with life. They chose piracy over working for the merchant navy or states navy. Pirates faced a harsh life at sea, including storms, rival crews, immunity, the risk of capture and exclusion by hanging was ever present. Pirates who succeeded in robbing ships could retire early. However, dying peacefully of old age was rare for pirates. It sounds like being a YouTuber. And I will say that with the pirates, that something the Vikings were saying, something about them, they did not want to die a peaceful old age, that they want to die in victorious battle, and Vikings were pirates of that time. And that's what the word I think literally means. And so they wanted to die a glorious death. And the thing you gotta understand is that the kind of thought pattern is these people weren't going to, there wasn't internet, there wasn't things going on that would cause something cool to happen. Like, that's what they thought was the only way. I'm not saying it was the right thing to do, but it was quite an adventure, I'd say, for them. And they're all, no matter if they chose a good or bad path, they would have already been, they would be long dead or by now. So because life is short, and they're remembered through movies and all kinds of things now. Ultimately, piracy's reputation for being composed of social outcasts and marginalized people encouraged indentured servants and slaves to escape horrific plantations and join pirate crews. I did not know that. I'll read this for briefly and then the stream will be over. Origin. The oldest known literally mention of the golden age of piracy was from 1894 when the English journalist George Powell wrote about what appears to have been the golden age of piracy up to the late decades of the 17th century. Powell uses the phrase while reviewing Charles Lesay's A New and Exact History of Jamaica, then over 150 years old. Powell uses the phrase only once. In 1897, a more systematic use of the phrase the golden age of piracy was introduced by his historian John Frisk, who wrote at no other time in the world's history as the business of piracy thriven so greatly as the 17th century and the first part of the 8th century. Its golden age may be said to have extended from the 1650 to about 1720. Frisk included the activities of Barbary corsairs and the East Asian pirates of the Golden Age, noting that these Mussulman pirates, those of East Asia, were bullishly at work in the 17th century at the time. Their case does not impair my statement that the age of the Buccaneers was the golden age of piracy. Pirate historians of the first half of the 20th century occasionally adapted Frisk's term Golden Age without necessarily following his beginning and ending dates for it. The most expansive definition of an age of piracy was of Patrick Privilege, who wrote in 1951 that the most flourishing era of the history of piracy began in the region of Elizabeth I, ended in the second decade at the 8th century. This idea starkly contradicted Frisk, who had hotly denied that such Elizabethan figures as Drake were pirates. Trend toward the narrow definitions. Of recent definitions that given by Pringle appearances to have the widest range in expectation to an overall trend among historians from 1909 until 1990s towards the narrowing of the Golden Age. As early as the 1924 Philip Gosset described piracy as being at its height from 1680 until 1730. It has highly popular in 1978 book The Pirate's Life for Times Live, the Seafarers series. Douglas Botting defined the Golden Age as lasting barely 30 years, starting at the close of the 17th century and ending in the first quarter of the 18th century. Botting definition was closely followed by Frank Charay in 1986 in a 1989 academic article. Professor Marcus Redkire defined the Golden Age as lasting only from 1716 to 1726. Angus Constam in 1990 reckoned the era as lasting from 1700 until 1730. Perhaps the ultimate step in restricting the Golden Age was Constam's 2005 History of Pirates, in which he retreated from his own early definition, called 1690, 1730 definition of the Golden Age, generous, and continued that the worst of these pirates' excess was limited to the 8-year period of 1714 until 1722. The Golden Age cannot be called a golden decade. History. Piracy arose out of the mirrored on a small scale conflicts over the trade and colonization among rival European powers. The time including the empires of Britain, Spain, and the Netherlands, Portugal, and France, and most pirates in this era were Welsh and English and Dutch and French origin. Many pirates came from poorer urban areas in search of a way to make money and of reprieve. London in particular was known for a high unemployment, crowding, and poverty which drove people to piracy. Piracy also offered powers and quick riches. Power and quick riches. Historians such as John Frisk mark the beginning of the golden age of piracy around 1650, when the end of the wars of the religion allowed European countries to resume the development of their colonial empires. This involved considerable seaborne trade and general economic improvement. There was money to be made or stolen, and much of it traveled by ship. French buccaneers had established themselves on the northern Hispaniola as early as 1625, but lived at first mostly as hunters of pigs and cattle rather than robbers. Their transition to full-time piracy was gradual and motivated in part by Spanish efforts to wipe out both the buccaneers and the prey animals on which they depend. The buccaneers' migration to Hispaniola's mainland, more defensible offshore island of Tortuga, limited their resources and accelerated their practical raids. According to Alexander Equemelian, A buccaneer and historian remains major source of on this period Tortuga, buccaneer Pierre Legrand pioneered the settlers attacks on the Galileans, making the return voyage to Spain. A number of factors a number of factors caused the English pirates, some of whom had been introduced to piracy during the buccaneering period, to look beyond the Caribbean for treasures in the 1690s began. Inglorious Revolution had restored traditional enmity between Britain and France, thus ending the profitable collaboration between English Jamaica and French Tortuga. The devastation of Port Royal by an earthquake, I didn't know about that, in 1692 further reduced the Caribbean's attractions by destroying pirates' chief market in fencing plunder. Caribbean colonial governors began to discard the traditional policy of no peace beyond the line, under which understood that the war would continue and thus the letters of marque would be granted. In the Caribbean, regardless of peace treaties signed in Europe, henceforth commissions would be granted only in wartime, and their limitations would be strictly enforced. Furthermore, much of the Spanish Main and simply been exhausted. Maracaibo alone had been sacked thrice between 1667 and 1678, while Rio de la Hacha had been raided 5 times in Tolu 8. Henry Every is shown selling his loot to his engraving by Pyle. At the same time, England's less favored colonies, including Bermuda, New York, and Rhode Island, had become cash starved by the Navigation Acts. Merchants and governors eager of coin were willing to overlook even the underwrite pirate voyages. One colonial official defended a pirate because he thought it very harsh to hang people that brings gold to these provinces. Although some of these pirates operating out of the New England and Middle colonies targeted Spain, more remote Pacific coast colonies, well into 1690s and beyond, the Indian Ocean was richer and more tempting target in India's economic output. Pirates operating in New England middle colonies, targeting Spain's remote Pacific coast colonies, as well into the 1690s and beyond. The Indian Ocean was richer and more tempting target. India's economic output dwarfed Europe's during this time, especially in high value luxury goods such as silk and calico, made ideal pirate booty. At the same time, no powerful natives piled the Indian Ocean, leaving both local shipping and various East India Company's vessels vulnerable to attack. This set stage for the famous Pisces of Thomas to Henry Every Robert Clifford, although the GOAT remains the controversial William the Kid. A little bit more than what ended. Right. Post Spanish succession period, 1715 to 1726. In 1713 and 1714, a series of peace treaties ended the War of Spain of the Spanish Succession. As a result of thousands of seamen, including European privateers, who have operated in the West Indies were relieved of military duty at a time when cross Atlantic colonial shipping trade was beginning to boom. In addition, European sailors who had been pushed by unemployment to work on board the merchantmen, including slave ships, were often enthused to abandon that profession and turn to pirating, giving pirate captains a steady pool of recruits on various coasts across the Atlantic. In 1715, pirates launched a major raid on Spanish drivers trying to recover gold from sunken treasure galleons Urca de Lima. Near Florida. The nucleus of pirates forced was grouped with English ex-privateers, all of whom were soon to be enshrined in infamy. Henry Jennings, Charles Vane, and Samuel Bellamy, Whydah and fame, and Benjamin Hornigold and Edward England. Attack was successful, but contrary to their expectations, the governor of Jamaica refused to allow Jennings and his cohorts to spend their loot on his island, with Kingston and declining a Port Royal closed, and the Hornigold, Jennings, and their comrades based themselves in Nassau, on the island of New Providence in the Bahamas. Nassau was home to these pirates and their many recruits until the arrival of Governor Woodes Rogers in 1718, which signaled the end of the Republic of Pirates. Rogers and the British governors had authority to pardon pirates under the King's Act of Grace, while Hornigold accepted this pardon to become a privateer. Others, such as Blackbeard, returned to privacy following their pardon. Transatlantic shipping traffic between Africa, Caribbean, and Europe became too sour. In the 18th century, a model known as the triangular trade became the rich target of piracy. Trade ships sailed from Europe to Africa coast, trading manufactured goods and weapon slaves. The traders then sailed the Caribbean to sell slaves and return to Europe with goods in such as sugar, tobacco, and coca. In another triangular trade route, ships carried raw materials, preserved cod, rum, in Europe, where a portion of the cargo was sold for manufactured goods, which, along the remainder of the original load, were then transported to the Caribbean, where they were exchanged for sugar, molasses, which, with some manufactured articles, were then borne to New England. Ships in the triangular trade often made money at each stop. As part of the settlements of the War of the Spanish Succession, the British south of the Sea Company obtained Asiento, a Spanish government contract to supply slaves to Spain's New World Order. For a Freudian slip. What I really meant to say was Spain's New World colonies, which provided British traders and smugglers more access to formerly closed Spanish markets in America. This agreement also contributed heavily to the spread of piracy across the western Atlantic. Shipping to the colonies boomed, along with the flood of skilled mariners. After war, merchant shippers used the surplus labor to drive wages down and cut corners to maximize profits and create unsavory conditions aboard their vessel. Merchant sailors suffered from morality rates and high rates than the slaves being transported. Living conditions were so poor, many sailors began to prefer freer existence as pirates. Increased volume of shipping traffic and subsequent preying upon it. During the time, many of the pirates had originally been either sailors in the Royal Navy or privateers, merchants, and seamen. Most pirates had experience on the sea and knew how harsh the conditions of the sailors can be. Sailors for the king often had very little to eat while out at sea. Sailors to the king often very little to eat while at sea and ended up quickly, starving and dying, and resulted from some sailors deserting the king and becoming pirates instead. This allowed for pirates to be better fight the navy. Unlike the seamen, pirates had strict rules for how they were to be treated on the ship. Contrary to popular belief, pirates' captains did not have a dictatorship over the rest of the pirates on their ship. Captains had to be voted in, and there were strict rules for them to follow as well. The captain was not treated better with more food or better living conditions than members of the crew, and was expected to treat the crew with respect. This was deliberate contrast to merchant captains who often treated their crews terribly. Many pirates had formerly served on these merchant ships and knew how horrid some captains could be. Because of this, ships often implemented councils composed of all the crew members on the ship. Some councils were used daily to ordinary decisions, while others were used as court system only when criminal incidences or legal matters necessitated. Whatever the case, crew members on the pirate vessels often had as much power as the captain outside the battle, and captain only had a full authority in time of battle, could be removed from the position if he showed cowardice in the face of the enemy. He was also to be bold in battle. The pirates did not want things to end up the same way on the Navy ships. All right. Return of the pirate round. Between the years 1719 and 1721, Edward England, John Taylor, Oliver Lesueur, and Christopher Codent operated from Madagascar. Taylor Lesieur reaped the greatest prize in history, the golden age of piracy, the plunder of the Portuguese East Indiaman Nossa Senhora da Cabo at Réunion in 1721, stealing diamonds and other treasures worth total of £800,000. Condendant was also a successful pirate, but England was not. He was marooned on Comoros by Taylor and Lesieur in 1721 and was unalived not long after. Despite success of Taylor Lesieur, the pirate round quickly declined again. Edward Teck, notorious Blackbeard, died in battle fighting with Lieutenant Robert Maynard's Navy ship. He was allegedly stabbed twice, 20 times, and shot 5 times before death. Blackbeard's severed head hanging from Maynard's bowstrip. All right, we'll look at female pirates real quick, and then yeah. Okay. The best known female pirates were Anne Bonny, Mary Read, and Rachel Wall. Anne Bonny disappeared at 28, 1720. Developed a notorious reputation in Nassau. When she was unable to leave an earlier marriage, she eloped with her lover, Calico Jack Rackham. Mary Read had been dressed as a boy all her life by her mother and had spent time in British military. She came to the West Indies and the Caribbean after leaving her husband and joined Calico Jack's crew after attacked a ship she had been aboard. She divulged her gender only to Bonny at first, but revealed herself openly when accused by Rackham of having an affair with Bonny. The nature of the relationship between Boney Reed and Rackham have been speculated to be romantic and are sexual. Various combinations, although there is no definite proof. When their ship was attacked in 1720, Bonnie Reed and an unknown man were only ones defend it. The other crew members were too drunk to fight. In the end, they were captured and arrested. After their capture by women, were convicted of piracy and sentenced to death, but they stalled their executions by claiming to be pregnant. Reed died in jail months later. Many believe of a fever, complications of childbirth. Bonnie disappeared from historical documents. No record of her execution of nor childbirth exists. All right. Okay. That's it. Tomorrow I'll do more about this. We'll be kind of like this stream, but for an earlier group. All right. Okay. All right. So we talked about a lot of cool topics tonight, and I'm thankful for those that came. Many people that are sleeping now, and I am glad that Sarah came. Hello, Sarah. Good to see you. I'm glad you came by. Wanted to say hello. Hope you are well, Alien. I'm listening in. Not feeling my best. Why not in chat? Okay, Sarah. Well, thank you for thank you for commenting and being here and telling me what's going on with you. I was wondering about you. I prolonged the stream a little bit because I wanted to see your message. So I'm glad that I did it just for a little bit longer. You're listening in. I see that you're listening in, and I'll read a little bit more about the pirate stuff that you may have been listening the whole time. But I'll read a little bit more, which I think you may have been here the whole time, but I'll read just a little bit more before I go. Okay. And I hope that you do the chatting tomorrow. Yes, yes, absolutely. All right. So we're going to read a little bit more of this. I'm glad that I waited a little bit longer, and because I didn't want to miss Sarah. So we're going to go a little bit longer with this, and those that a lot of you are probably sleeping, but whoever's like watching this, which you probably are enjoying it if you're watching it, or whoever like randomly came in here, or read a little bit more of this, well, because I see Sarah has commented. All right, Sarah. Yes, we know you very well. Scared. Yeah, praise God. Definitely. Barbary pirates are privateers. The Barbary pirates were pirates and privateers that operated in North Africa. The Barbary coast ports of Algiers, Morocco, sail in Tripoli and Tunis, preying on ships in the western Mediterranean Sea from the time of the Crusades, as well as on ships on their way to Asia and around Africa. Until the early 19th century, the coastal villages and towns of Italy, Spain, and Mediterranean islands were frequently attacked by them, and long stretches of the Italian Spanish coasts were almost completely abandoned by their inhabitants. Since the 17th century, Barbary pirates occasionally entered the Atlantic, struck as far north as Iceland. According to Robert Davis, between 1 million and 1.25 million Europeans were captured by Barbary pirates and sold as slaves to northern Africa between 16th and 19th century. It's a lot of people. And Barbary pirates flourished in the early 17th century as new sailing rigs by Simon de Dancer enabled in North African raids for the first time to brave the Atlantic as well as the Mediterranean waters. More than 20,000 captives were said to be imprisoned in the Algiers alone. The rich were allowed to redeem themselves, but the poor were condemned to slavery. Their masters on the occasion allowed them to secure freedom by professing Islam. Many people of good social positions, German, Italian, Spaniards, and English travelers in the South, were captives for a time. In 1627, Iceland was subject to raids as the Turkish abductions. Murat Rees said that they have taken 400 prisoners. 242 of the captives were later sold into slavery by Barbary coast. The pirates took only young people and those in good physical condition. All those offering resistance were unalived. The old people were gathered into a church that was set on fire. Among those captured was Olaf Eggesen, who was ransomed. The next, upon returning to Iceland, who wrote a slave narrative about the experience. Another famous captive of Simonotarf, if the sack of Vestnamjötarjar. Hold on. Vestmenirjetjar. Knows his story of Iceland. I didn't know that they went all the way up to Iceland. Wow. Well, pirates are commonly depicted with eye patches. This is a largely a myth originating in the ninth century novels and tales of buccaneers and including payments for a lost eye. A few historical, yeah, exactly, Sarah. Yeah, historical pirates wore patches over their eyes. Although some, like the 18th century Arab pirate Rahama, Rahama in Jabir al Jalaham Ahima. Well, that was a mouthful. I can usually say those Arab words, but that was really a tongue twister. The golden age of European pirates is generally considered to have ended between 1720 and 1730, and prosperity of the Barbary pirates continued until the early 19th century. Unlike European powers, the young United States refused to pay tribute to the Barbary states, responded to the First Barbary War and the Second Barbary War against North Africa. When the Barbary pirates captured and enslaved the American sailors. Buccaneers. Buccaneers operated mainly in the Caribbean. They originated in Tortuga around the 17th century as hunters, but became pirates when the government officials paid groups of men to attack and loot Spanish ships. These buccaneers later began attacking any ship of value, enemy or not. Privateers were private persons who engaged in maritime warfare under the commission of war. The commissions were known as letters of marque, which gave them the authority to raid enemy ships, an exemption from piracy charges. Privateers have existed from as far back as the Middle Ages, where letters of reprisal were issued to ships' owners and were wishing to seek revengeance for a loss of their own ships. All right, the decline. By the early 18th century, tolerance for privateers was wearing thin in all nations. After Treaty of Utrecht was signed, the excess of trained sailors without employment was both a blessing and a curse for all pirates. Initially, the surplus of men had caused a number of pirates to multiply significantly. This inevitably led to the pillaging of more ships, which put greater strain on trade for all European nations. In response, European nations bolstered their own natives, their natives, to offer greater protection. The merchants in their hunt down pirates. The excess of skilled sailors meant there was a large pool that could recruited into the national navies as well. Piracy was clearly on a strong decline by 1720. The golden age of piracy did not last the decade. The events, the latter half of 1718, including the arrival of Governor Woodes Rogers in Nassau, represents a turning point in the history of piracy in the New World. Without a safe base, with growing pressure from naval forces and rovers lost their momentum. The lure of the Spanish treasure had failed, and the hunters gradually became the hunted. By the early 1719, the remaining pirates were on the run, most of them headed for the West Africa, seizing poorly defended slaves. buccaneering period, 1650 to 1680. Historians such as John Fiske mark the beginning. Yeah, only a few centuries ago. Yeah, I know. It's crazy to think about. You know, when you measure about the time periods, it was just a few centuries ago. It wasn't. It's like as far back as people think. And I was saying before that basically the pirate. It sounds like the life of a YouTuber. So going here, let's see. All right, so it's like this is basically something funny. So pirates were people that stole cargo and valuable ships in coastal areas. Piracy was a way for people to make money while other opportunities were scarce. Why did people become pirates? Many pirates came from poor urban areas and were unemployed. And when unemployment was high, piracy was a result of conflicts between European powers and trade and colonization. Opportunity. Piracy offered a chance for quick riches and power. The golden age of piracy lasted for about 1700 to 1725. It was time when conditions were ideal for piracy. The Atlantic world. This period lasted from around 1492 to early 19th century. It was a time when piracy was common. Due to the limited state control and competition between European powers. Piracy was horrendous to sailors and merchants. Piracy contributed to the economic development in port town in America. Some governments accepted bribes from pirates. And it's basically they did this because of lack of opportunity and they wanted this like adventure. And I don't know, it sounds like being the life of a YouTuber. Like I think the future generations they'll see the YouTubers. It was very scary for people at sea. I agree. Because they'll see the YouTubers, the YouTube streamers of this era in the future, and some romance, and they'll like romanticize this time period like they did with the pirates. Yeah, so scary, very sure. Yeah, factors contributing to piracy. Factors contributing to piracy during the Golden Age include the rise of quantities of valuable cargoes being shipped from Europe over vast ocean areas, reduced European natives in certain regions, the training experience that many sailors had gained in European natives, particularly the British Royal Navy, and corrupt, ineffective governments of European overseas colonies, and colonial powers at the time that constantly fought with pirates and engaged in several notable battles and other related events. Also, a lot of awful kings with awful gains from poor. That's correct. And also, reiterating this is that piracy arose out of and mirrored on a smaller scale conflicts over trade and colonization among European powers of the time, including empires of Britain, Spain, and Netherlands, Portugal, and France. Most pirates in this era were of Welsh, English, Dutch, Irish, and French origin. Many pirates came from poor urban areas in search of a way to make money and reprieve. London, in particular, was known as a high unemployment, crowding, and poverty, which drove people to piracy, is often offered power and quick riches. these people, that they needed to do something different, and it made more money than piracy at sea. Yes, back then, Sarah, that's exactly what was going on, for certain. Exploitation. It was like feudalism. Like today, a lot of people, like on the left, will say things are going on, but like this was a time period where that stuff was actually really going on, definitely. Wrong is wrong, not excusing, just a lot of desperation then. This, yeah, feudalism. Yes, yes, a good familiar. Yes. Historians such as John Fiske mark in the beginning of the golden age of piracy at around 1650, when at the end of the wars of the religion allowed European countries to resume development of their colonial empires. This involved considerable seaborne trade and general economic improvement. There was money to be made or stolen, and much of it traveled by ship. Yes, yes, I did. This is a part I didn't mention. Many of the best known pirates in historical lore originated from the golden age of piracy. Black Sam Bellamy, captain of Whydah galley, was lost in a storm of Cape Cod in 1717. Bellamy was popularly known as the Robin Hood of pirates and prided himself on his ideological justifications for piracy. You only caught some of this. Okay. Yes, correct. Steady Bonnet, a rich Bardian landowner turned pirate solely in search of adventure. Bonnet captained a 10-gun sloop named the Revenge and raided ships off the Virginia coast in 1717. He was caught and hanged in 1719. Henry Every, one of the few major pirate captains to retire with his loot without being arrested nor unalived in battle. He is famous for capturing the fabulously wealthy Mongol ship Gaj I Swahai in 1695. Oliver Lesieur, only major French pirate in Nassau who's often associated with Hornigold and Belmay and Kennedy and Taylor. Yes, that is true, Sarah. That is true. The French buccaneers had established themselves in northern Hispaniola early as 1625, but lived at first mostly as hunters of pigs and cattle rather than robbers. Their transition to full time piracy was gradual and motivated in part by Spanish efforts to wipe out both the buccaneers and the prey animals on which depended. The buccaneers' migration from Hispaniola's mainland on the more defensible offshore island of Tortuga limited their resources and accelerated their parasitical raids. According to Alexander Equimlin, a buccaneer and historian who remains a major source in this period, the Tortuga buccaneer Pere Legrand pioneer pioneered the settlers' attack on galleons, making the return voyage to Spain. We have relatives in the Caribbean. We had relatives in the Caribbean in 70 and 80s. No, not rich Olo. And they watched out for pirates. They lived on a sailboat. Sorry, Tortuga makes me think of Jack Sparrow, Captain Jack Sparrow. Yeah, and it makes me think of Captain Jack Sparrow too. Mind you, not like these pirates of back then. Yeah, I know what you mean. There is still piracy today in different parts of the world, and a little bit in the Caribbean also. You're welcome. You're welcome. Okay, around 7 o'clock my time, around that time, may not be 7 on the dot, but it'll be like 7, 02 or 5:10, something like that. But definitely around 7 o'clock. Yeah, I'll tell you about the of piracy about the piracy of where they're located. Pirates are active in many areas today, including the Gulf of Aden, Horn of Africa, and Gulf of Guinea, Southeast Asia, and South China Sea, and also Africa, and a little bit in the Caribbean. So just to let you know about where they are. All right, and also, Sarah, I'm glad that you enjoyed the extra reading that I did. And now we'll be ending the show officially. So everybody that is hypothetically still somehow awake, or somebody in Timbuktu that's watching this somewhere, all of you people that are watching that enjoy it, and Sarah, thank you. I'm glad you like the history lessons, and I'll be doing more on this tomorrow. And thank you all for coming out. And as I said, for the people that can't be here for the late night streams, to do the early ones. All right. So everybody have a good night. God bless you too, crew member Sarah, and peace. Yes, show. I'll be back tomorrow. Yes. Yes, I'll be back tomorrow, and I want to do that one around 7. I don't know if I'm doing an after party stream after that, like late at night. I don't know if I'm doing the really late night one tomorrow. It's gonna be in 7 in the evening for people that can't see these late ones. So yes, yes, Sarah. So my computer has a like a facial sensor in it, so it can tell what my face is doing. So that's why it puts the balloons up. It does that. It seems that it's only a Mac thing. Yeah. So I told you I updated my computer. I could do that now. Yeah, good rest for everybody else and all of us here. And Sarah, you take it easy too. Thank you, Shelly, for coming out and everybody else here. And good morning, good evening, good night, wherever you all are.